Hello everyone, greetings, Coin Stamp here, or Swirling Vortex, or Steven, and welcome back to another episode of Mass Effect Legendary Edition, Mass Effect 1, episode 13. That's right, we're on Suite 13. Last time, we mostly focused on helping people, exploring various planets, etc., etc. It was kind of a low-key episode. Today, I suspect we've got a little more to do in helping one another, and then we could be right on our way toward Virmire. Virmire is in the Atticus Traverse, or the Attican Traverse. Almost misspoke that. Not quite. Almost. But, yeah, we're gonna go to a frontier world where the rules are less observed than any other. The Attican Traverse has their own rules, their own players. Wait. No, it's just a border colony. I'm thinking of the Terminus systems. The Terminus systems have, the Batarians and stuff. That's what I was thinking of. Hey, look, when I remember to cite stuff correctly, I do. If I remember to correct something, I will. How is everyone doing today? First, I'll apologize for any lateness. I had to whip up a drink, and that took more time than I was expecting. More importantly, I also managed to mess up my gamma and collision, gamma and like contrast correction, setting in OBS. So I had to experiment to get back to hopefully something a little more reasonable. I think maybe the contrast might be slightly too high. Let me try to adjust that real quick. It's gonna be... I've got the sharpen isn't too bad. Nah, see, now it's too dark. Let's take a look at it. Yeah, the contrast ain't really here for that. Let's adjust the gamma and other stuff. Notably, the thing that I thought was wrong in the first place was like it was just too bright. You guys will have to let me know if this is a little bit easier on your eyes. I pretty much took out anything that wasn't related to gamma and contrast. I think I had some sort of hue shift or saturation going on that should be fixed. We're gonna find out if I need to get the contrast away from like something bigger than 1. Let's go, didn't mean to bop the mic there. Let's go, let's go explore the remaining planets. I don't think we have too much more to do. Got the Geth incursions, which are in the Armstrong cluster. Yes, I think this is what we were gonna do. So we have the Geth incursions, and then we have Virmire, because they're signs of battle and valuable minerals. These are things we can do any old time. Let's open up this galaxy map. We decided to already start in Gagarin, so let's just start reading planets. Yes, I read these. I'm kind of going for a... Did we read all the planets, catalog? Antirumgon is a small rock and ice planet with a trace atmosphere of methane and ethane. The frozen surface is mainly composed of carbon with deposits of calcium. Antirumgon has been used as a crude anchorage for Terminus pirates for many years. The shells of temporary dwellings blasted by Alliance frigate patrols dot the surface, but always the pirates return to ground their ships' drives and charges. Their ship's drive charges, yes, okay, I thought I misread that for some weird reason. Chip out some water ice and trade slaves and stories. Real S&S. The deeper layers of Interromgan's interior are semi-liquid slush, due to the presence of methanol. Yeah, that makes sense. It is thought that bacterium in the deep core create this natural antifreeze. Some species of Turbinus pirate drill. How do I parse this sentence? Some species of Turbinus pirate drill through the ice crust to recover this natural alcohol. Ah, so they can make drinks. Yes, I too want methane planet slush as alcohol. If I'm having to lean in, I'm too, camera's not pointed in the right place again. That's a tad bit better. Just a tad. Nah, it still cuts me off. Hopefully people can hear me. I'm gonna do my best not to lean into the desk so much when I'm reading stuff, but that's, not the easiest task in the world. I'm very used to being able to do that. If it cuts off my face that much, then I'm gonna do my best not to. Hopefully I'm still audible. Orbital period, 4.0 Earth years. Radius 9,508 kilometers. Day length, 32.0 or 32.1 Earth hours. Atmospheric pressure, none to speak of. Surface temperature, negative 178 degrees Celsius, and a surface gravity of 0.9 Gs. Survey says cobalt. Got some cobalt. So Gelrus? Okay. They're getting a little harder to say. And I pride myself on my speech. So Gelrus is a small terrestrial planet with a thin atmosphere of nitrogen and argon. The thin surface is mainly composed of water ice, which can be plainly seen in the bottom of recent craters. In the bottoms of recent craters. There we go. It's gonna be an episode, isn't it? Where Coin struggles to read everything. The dark coloration of the surface is caused by carbon and ferrous material, pushed up in the denser core by cryovolcanic processes. Orbital period 1.8 Earth years. Radius 4,327 kilometers. Day length 63.9 Earth hours. It needs to be 69 Earth hours. Atmospheric pressure 0.52 Earth atmospheres. About half of what we have. Surface temperature negative 136 degrees Celsius. And a surface gravity of 0.46 Gs. Don't worry, we'll be breaking up the reading with whichever planets we have to go. Here's the one we're gonna land on, so we might as well wait before reading. There'll be plenty of break time between reads. Pressa is a relatively small hydrogen-helium gas giant with large amounts of hydrocarbons in the middle layers of the atmosphere. When the Krogan rebellions ended 3 millennia ago, the Turian Chief of Naval Operations, a distinguished... I have the wrong chat boxes active. Let's fix that. Okay. Right, where was I? When the Krogan rebellions ended 3 millennia ago, the Turian Chief of Naval Operations, a distinguished soldier named Mercury, okay. It's like Mercury? Mercury, okay. Declared his immediate retirement. Wow, this really is panning out to be an episode where Coin can't read things. He disappeared into what was then uncharted territory. It was only 200 years ago that his ship was found on the surface largest moon's surface. I'm going to read that a little bit different. I think. Hold on. Let me make sure. Yeah, it's saying that it's missing a word here. It looks like it's trying to say it's on the surface of Precious' largest moon. It's missing an "of" there. That's what it is. It had landed gently and had been deliberately shut down. Of Admiral Mercury, however, no trace was ever found. Well, the gas giants tend to crush everything into oblivion. Makes sense. Orbital period 0.7 Earth years. Radius 38,482 kilometers. Not big among gas giants, but big among our planetary standards. Day length 16.2 Earth hours. Then we have Gunther. Gunther is a large terrestrial planet with a thick atmosphere of carbon dioxide and chlorine. Excuse me. The surface is mainly composed of aluminum with deposits of nickel. Surveyors found the ruins of a technical civilization near the equator, evidently the colony of an ancient spacefaring race. The ruins had subsided to almost nothing, merely wind-hollowed husks of arcologies and other megastructures. In the center of the ruins was a single column whose inscriptions defied translations for several centuries. When Asari linguists finally managed a translation, the elaborate relief carvings said merely, "Walk among these works and know our greatness." The crude scratches on the base of the reverse side said, "Monsters from the id." Interesting. Orbital period 0.2 Earth years. Radius 10,480 kilometers. Huge mass for a terrestrial. Day length 56.7 Earth hours. Atmospheric pressure 0.96 Earth atmospheres. Surface temperature negative 49 degrees Celsius. Surface gravity 0.98 Gs. And we grab one of Matriarch Delanaga's writings. We recovered something from a wrecked freighter orbiting one of the smaller moons. Yep, there we go. Now, Rayangri. Sounds like you're saying Ray Angry. Rayangri is a small, barren terrestrial world. While it possesses a reasonably temperate climate and a number of useful resources, no mining corporation is willing to risk investment. A rogue planetoid, dubbed VOTS by the initial Solarian surveyor team, entered the system approximately 10,000 years ago and was trapped in a decaying orbit around Rayangri. It is nearing the end of its slow spiral inwards. Earthquakes and cyclonic windstorms. I was about to say rift storms. Like, really? Are increasingly common on Rayangri. Within a few hundred years, the planets will rip each other apart. Some Asari travel consortiums have already announced sponsorship of cruises to observe the spectacle. Yeah, I guess that would be quite the spectacle, wouldn't it? Radius 5,171 kilometers, day length 60.5 Earth hours, atmospheric pressure 0.84 Earth atmospheres, surface temperature 46 degrees Celsius, hot. Surface gravity 0.87 Gs. I feel like bringing out the squad of boys. Let's go. Well, the non-human boys, anyway. So, as a reminder to anyone who hasn't been watching these VODs or hasn't been dealing with, hasn't dealt with Mass Effect before, Mass Effect 1 has Mako missions. That is a lot of what it's known for. You spend a lot of time. I mean, a lot of time in the Mako. And the controls are okay. They're not gobshite by any means, but because on the surface, the controls make sense for keyboard and mouse, or even for control like a controller. You know, you use your stick to move. You have shift, which allows you to boost. You have spacebar for jump, or the equivalent button. And you have another button for two-scope zoom. Good stuff, right? It's mainly turning and, like, finer handling control. That's really... It really isn't that it's bad. It's that you have to get used to it. It's easy to be like, oh, yeah, this is good. Nah, yeah, this is bad. It's more like it's unintuitive at first. And it's all the little subtleties that come from the controls. So, like, turning with WASD makes some sense, but if you point the camera a certain way, it changes how it turns. I think that's probably the biggest part of it, is that when you turn the camera, it changes the way you're moving. Which, granted, I guess that makes some sense. Normally, well, really, I guess it kind of depends on... I'm not wanting to do this. It really just kind of depends on who you are. This is going to be one of those streams, isn't it? This down pod contains a League of One medallion. Its owner is nowhere to be found. No, I'm not trying to talk to Garrus Vakarian as much as I want to. Let's go to the debris field. Or we could just remove the marker entirely. It's kind of a barren wasteland, huh? See what I mean? All I had to do was just keep holding W and change the camera. If I find one of the biggest issues with the control scheme is that it's a little too modular. It adapts to what you're doing quite well. A little too well. It's all based on the controls. I don't mind if it I wouldn't mind so much if A and D were more like strafe, like you strafed in the Mako, which if you point your camera forward, it kind of is, where like the Mako's forward facing determines whether it's backing up or moving forward. But if I change the camera like this, then suddenly W and S don't back up and move forward anymore. Like it's all dependent on the Mako's camera or Canon facing, which might as well be the position of the camera, and that's kind of a problem. Ooh, not one but two deposits. Thankfully, not too much damage was sustained. Welcome to a barren planet, I guess. Oh, sorry. Got a lot of nasal drip today. Kind of hard to talk when you're constantly fighting off mucus every step of the way. It's my fault. I drank coffee, so there's a bit more phlegm buildup than normal. Sorry if that disgusts anyone, but phlegm, at least it's not. I used a scientific word, which sounds less disgusting, rather than the normal lexicon, the lexicon normal people have, in which I'm not a normal person. have for mucus, which is just... Sorry, but that's like disgusting. Sometimes a word, disgust that comes from a word, it comes from knowing what it is, and sometimes it just sounds nasty. At least when it comes to English, anyway. I'm sure there are equivalent words in every language for that. I'm curious. If anyone has disgusting words in, say, Romanian or some other language, I would love to know. Not because when I say nasty, I mean they, like, give you that flesh-curdling feeling of, ugh, gross. It's revulsion. The word I'm looking for is revulsion. Just curious. In English, one of the words that causes this is the word moist, which just sounds ugh. Again, sorry for the triggers, but I am trying to find things, frictionless materials. I've never seen this before. We're gonna take, this is just way, way better. And so is this. Wow. Did we just, like, hit the mother lode or what? Hello, Garrus. Have you also hit the mother lode? More or less. And then you've got... I mean, we might as well put on the logic arrest tool if it's that good. It's like very good. Wow, the 10s are just great. We have 9. We've got 9. Great stuff. Absolutely fantastic stuff. Okay. What are you two using? You're using a shotgun and an assault rifle. Okay. And I'm gonna switch to the sniper rifle for now. Do we have the item already here? Looks like it. I'm gonna really have to remember to not press shift. Now, isn't that a view? Yeah, I think it was way too bright on your guys' side. So I apologize for like the first 12, 13 episodes. This is really a lot closer to what I'm experiencing. Now, of course, the brights are less bright, but the darks are also darker. So just as a heads up, if I can't see, you guys can't see, and that just has to be how it is. We can either choose between viewership sees and streamer can't. Therefore, streamer gets made fun of, but as a consequence, some of the brights are just way too bright. Or if I can't see, you can't see, and if it's bright for me, it's bright for you. So our graphical fidelity is like the same. And it's more true. I think I've tried to adjust the brightnesses before so that things aren't pitch black for you guys. They're never pitch black. They're grayed out at most. I'm going to feel sad if people are like, ugh, what is this guy's correction factor? I'm glad he finally changed it. That's going to make me feel really, really, really upset. About to say mad, but I realized that mad wasn't quite the right word. Nice, nice. Got a bunch of Geth spikes as well. It's just spikes. That's all. Just spikes. Make a new save. Let's head through this. Are we going to reach our benchmark of 600 unique saves today? I'm not exactly looking to reach 600 saves, but, you know, I did say that would be the next benchmark. And let me just make sure I have the music at the right volume, which it is. Nice. Alright. Let's get these door controls opened. And let's begin punching out some heads on some geth. Yes, we know there's trouble. Thank you, Garrus. Barrier. And there's a shock. Okay, so far, just some husks. You would go behind there, wouldn't you? Thank you, but no, I'm not interested.
Perimeter clear.
Thank you, Garrus. Much appreciated. Your AI is always much appreciated. It's clear, he says. It's beer, too. More husks. Thank you, there's one. And there are two more coming out of the woodwork. One's here somewhere. There we go. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Is it just husks, though?
I think we're good, Shepard.
Thank you, Garrus. I just wish some of the other teammates would do this. This is going to be one of the episodes, huh? This is, how many times is Coin going to flub up the controls? Probably more than I care to admit, really. Now there's one back there. Sounds like a new geth rolled into town. Yeah, it looks like we came back in and dealt with the husks, and now suddenly there's way more. Either that or there are more fresh husks. We're gonna find out in just a moment. Yep, real geth this time. It's a trap. It's a tart. Okay, I need to mind their health totals. There's another. Okay, let's keep moving out. You're getting a lift. Barrier. Okay, there's one there, and there should be only one more left behind. There's the Geth Trooper. You're getting a lift. Thank you, boys. Thank you very much.
Area
So, is this going to be the case where they have a bunch of husks, make us spend some firepower, and then suddenly we're weak? Geth, I got news for you. By virtue of your own game world, that's never happening. Get into the Mako. Wow, they really want us dead, huh? No, I don't think so. There's no one who knows... No, there are plenty of people who know how to pilot the Mako better than me. But if you're talking about, you know, amongst NPCs, nah, there's no one that pilots better than me.
3 more of these outposts left to clear out? This should be fun.
Yay! We could go back to the Normandy now. As fun as this little, you know, threaded poncho or whatever I'm wearing is, I feel like I'm gonna have to change it to a different shirt. Something that's a little bit less, heat retaining. I might be okay for another couple of planets, but I won't be able to sustain this for forever. Now, I'll take a break and put on an ad if that is the case. Alright, Tereshkova, Hong, and Vamshi. We're here in the Armstrong Nebula. Let's get to work wiping out these Geth. This is probably one of the more filler missions I think I've come across in my playthroughs. It's forgettable. That's how much of a filler it is. Mawinor is the second of Tereshkova's outer worlds. It is essentially a rock of unremarkable ores with some deposits of water ice. But no minerals of value. The frozen surface is composed of silica, like the gas giant Solmarlin. It is thought that Mawinor formed too close to the Tereshkova stars and was thrown outwards by gravitational effects. Computer models suggest it will be ejected from the system in a few 100,000 years. Oh, that'd only be, I don't know, say 6 Reaper cycles from now? At least if the Promethean, prophecies are to be believed. Orbital period, 662.7 Earth years. Radius, 1,170 kilometers. Day length, 61.8 Earth hours. No atmospheric pressure to speak of. Surface temperature, negative 228 degrees Celsius. And a surface gravity of 0.08 Gs. Then we have Solmarlin, the second of the Outer Worlds. Solmarlin is one of Tereshkova's 2 outer worlds, significantly removed from the rest of the system and with unstable elliptical orbits. It is thought that they may have formed within 3 AU, or 3 astronomical units, of the binary stars, and were hurled outward due to the instability of such an orbit. Solmarlin is a hydrogen-helium gas giant with significant quantities of sodium in the upper atmosphere, giving it a distinct gray color. Orbital period, 399.7 Earth years. Wow, that is a long orbit. Radius, 69,862 kilometers, and a day length of 14.4 Earth hours. Thegus is a terrestrial world with an atmosphere of chlorine and krypton. The surface is mainly composed of silicates with deposits of carbon. Thegus has a low mass for its size and is tidally locked to the star Tereshkova A. Ah, so they've named each individual one, huh? The temperature difference between the sunward hot pole and dark side cold pole creates constant gale force winds across the terminator. Orbital period, 25.3 Earth years. Radius, 5,130 kilometers. Day length, 5.2 Earth years. Atmospheric pressure, 0.49 Earth atmosphere surface temperature negative 141 degrees Celsius at a surface gravity of 0.47 Gs. Survey says... I totally blanked out. Man, I'll have to look that up. Someone's gonna have to cap that. We either got a metal or a gas of some kind. That's about what I remember spotting. My eyes were not where they should have been. Hunsalra is a small hydrogen-helium, oh, nice purple, gas giant. It has unusually large amounts of nitrogen in the upper atmosphere, which glow purple when ionized by the solar wind. Hunsalra's convenience as a place to dump drive charge has left its orbit littered with debris dumped overboard by visiting crews. Disgusting. Orbital period 46.2 Earth years, radius 11,496 kilometers, day length of 18.6 Earth hours. Patamalris? Patamalris's atmosphere is very similar to Venus's in terms of pressure and temperature. I could tell. Unlike Venus, however, Patamalris's atmosphere has a significant quantity of oxygen, both free and bound, and sulfur dioxides. The surface is largely composed of magnesia with deposits of carbon. It is possible, if unlikely, that simple life may be developing on Patamalris. Computer modeling suggests that the powerful solar winds from Tereskova stars will blow off Patamalris's atmosphere in a few million years, lowering the temperature on the surface to the negative 70s. I'll take prophecies I didn't want to hear for a habitable planet, but I mean, this isn't really habitable, but you know, if anyone, like, say, maybe the Volus or something like that, were looking to inhabit a high-pressure world like this, they'd only be able to be here for a few million years. Tops. It wouldn't be permanent. Orbital period 15.3 Earth years, radius 5,831 kilometers, day length of 47.1 Earth hours, atmospheric pressure of 90.47, Earth atmosphere surface temperatures, temperature 451 degrees Celsius, makes sense, surface gravity 0.78 Gs, and the survey, we found some iridium, nice. We got Antibar and a carbonaceous asteroid, which we'll go ahead and read right now. A dark asteroid of mixed carbonaceous materials with a 42-kilometer radius. While scanning the asteroid field in the Tereskova system, you picked up some anomalous readings. After some daring maneuvering by Joker, a small team was able to recover some debris from one of the larger rocks. Among the items discovered was a League of One medallion. Nice. And we have Antibar. Antibar is a cold terrestrial world with an atmosphere of methane and argon. Its frozen surface is mainly composed of iron with deposits of magnesium. The world has been noted as a possible target for long-term terraforming if the atmosphere could be increased to the thicknesses of Earth. The global average temperature would rise by about, I think I was about to combine by and about there, 10 degrees Celsius. Antibar's combination of low temperature, high-speed surface winds, and low visibility make it dangerous to explore on foot. Orbital period 3.2 Earth years, radius is 6,501 kilometers, day length of 54.1 Earth hours, atmospheric pressure of 0.79 Earth atmospheres, surface temperature of negative 34 degrees Celsius, and a surface gravity of 1.1 G. We're gonna bring the girls along with us. We have the anomaly, which is probably the first thing we should go look at. Hopefully there's some minerals along the way we can find as well. It's got a nice skyline. It's a nice snowy wasteland. Too bad the atmosphere's not really breathable or anything. We have some extra stuff going on here. Ah, Thresher Worm. Thresher Worm? Thresher Maw. Tentacles? Sorry, the tentacles do take a little bit of my focus. Gotta wait for the cannon to not overheat, and wow, that is some crafty positioning. Tentacles again? Come on. Sure, game. Just, Thresher Maw, 0% health. I'm just gonna keep spitting stuff at you. Blah. Have some toxic spit on the way out. Me having to be inconvenienced with the 15 Omni Gel. Nice. And just the general inconvenience. So who died here? Can't tell from Geth. Geth actually died here. So the anomaly was actually the Thresher. Well, I'm sorry, no. There was something else here that was the Thresher Maw. And now we have whatever the anomaly is. The vehicle and human corpses show the telltale signs of Geth weapons fire. The Geth have been mangled by the Thresher Maw. At least they got what was coming to them. I'll bet. So now that we have that whole situation parsed out, we can actually go to the intended anomaly. Alright, Mako, I'm gonna need you to cooperate with me. Dang it, didn't we have another one of these? Because we got the Prothean Ruin. There's like a new Prothean Orb or something. Searching the ruins, you discover Prothean data disk. It must have been dropped by one of the Thresher Maw's many victims. There was some sphere on a planet that I totally forgot about. Alright, what do we have? Luckily, the Geth Outpost is like the very last thing I want to be doing. Alright, we're doing things like this, I guess. Like I said, the handling and stuff on the Mako is fine. It's wanting to go one place and you know which way you need to go, but your camera's pointed a different direction. So you just go that different direction instead. That's what makes... It's trying to micromanage the camera system. Like the camera-based steering. That's what's difficult. I'm hoping if there are, like, piloted vehicle missions in Andromeda, that's fixed. Or, you know, implemented better. Because I do like the vehicle missions. I do. are actually a good load of fun. And it really makes me feel like I'm exploring the planets. And I get to drive over their surface. Like, I know we haven't done this, but if we wanted to, we could cover nice. There's some jamming. Which I presume is a Geth trap. Or very close to a Geth trap. The question is, why? Head toward the destination, then. We don't have too much more we have to do. Okay, so we must have just approached the skirts of the Geth base, then. So we're gonna have a tough time. I wouldn't say super tough, but we are gonna have to, like, pay attention to our surroundings quite a bit. Can always open up the real map to see what's going on, but what would be interesting is if they jammed even that. No, let's get down then. And go all the way around. We'll be coming around the mountain when we come. I don't know what segment this is supposed to be, but nice. We found a Geth armature. Let's get that rocket trooper out of here. Got to be careful where we're positioned at. Thank you. Oh, we thought it was over. It is not.
Yes! We're halfway to driving these synthetic bastards out of this system.
Good. Make sure there isn't anything else. Right, we're through here. Unless there's a mineral somewhere that I don't know about. Looks like we've also managed to level up as well. Not me, the squad, I guess. 2 down, 2 to go. And if we're quick, we can get this mission done in the first hour. Okay, Hong. Yeah, definitely after our first break, I'll come back in an actual, like, shirt, because it's getting a little warm. I know my arms don't feel it, so I know it's the rest of my body. Traeger is a tiny ice dwarf with a trace atmosphere of xenon and krypton. The frozen surface is mainly composed of water, ice, and ammonia. Cryovolcanic processes are gradually repaving the surface with sheets of fresh ice. Orbital period, 238.8 Earth years. Radius, 1,402 kilometers. Day length, 30.2 Earth hours. Atmospheric pressure, 0.04 Earth atmospheres. Very trace. Surface temperature, negative 211 degrees Celsius. Surface gravity, 0.1 Gs. And the survey says we found some lithium. Nice. And we have the Shaka. The Shaka is a standard hydrogen-helium gas giant. In the past, it was often used as a drive-discharge point for pirates raiding human settlements from the Terminus systems. In 2178, the Alliance set up a network of covert sensing devices on Thesaka's moons. The Shaka, which one is it, game? Recordings of pirate FTL exit vectors over the course of 6 months led the Alliance Navy to 8 major pirate anchorages. Since the Shaka raids, no ships from the Terminus have been reported in the Hong system. Orbital period 84.4 Earth years, radius 65,976 kilometers, day length 14.0 Earth hours. Matar is a terrestrial planet with a thick atmosphere composed of nitrogen and krypton. Its frigid surface is mainly composed of sodium oxide with deposits of copper. Because of noxious surface gases, explorers are warned to use extreme caution. Matar lacks a magnetic field. This makes it useless for discharging FTL drive cores in orbit. The energetic particles of solar wind from Hong strike the upper atmosphere directly, ionizing the krypton. This gives the planet its distinctive minty green-white hue. Orbital period 29.8 Earth years. Radius 4,599 kilometers. Got it right the first time. Day length 54.5 Earth hours. Atmospheric pressure 3.72 Earth atmospheres. Surface temperature of negative 64 degrees Celsius. Surface gravity of 0.57 Gs. Scans of Matar revealed debris from a destroyed Asari freighter. Further scans uncovered a body which was brought on board. Dr. Chakwas examined it but learned nothing about its origins. Among the Asari's personal effects, however, was one of Matriarch Delanaga's writings. Nice. We have Casbin, which I think we can land on. We'll wait. And we have Pommel. Pommel is an enormous terrestrial planet with a very dense atmosphere of carbon dioxide and sodium. The surface is scorching hot and mainly composed of sodium oxides and deposits of nickel. There is evidence that Pommel was once covered with broad, shallow seas. Should a probe ever be sent to the surface, a check for ancient fossil life might prove valuable. Orbital period 0.5 Earth years. Radius 9,616 kilometers. Day length 47 Earth hours. Atmospheric pressure 31.59 Earth atmospheres. Wow, that is a high atmospheric pressure. Surface temperature 492 degrees Celsius. Surface gravity of 1.2 Gs. Then finally we have Casbin, whose screen I will have to end on. Casbin is a classic pre-garden terrestrial world with conditions similar to those on Earth millions of years ago. Its hot, humid atmosphere is mainly composed of nitrogen and carbon dioxide. An increasing amount of the surface is covered by simple lichen and algae. Algae. Wow. Should no unexpected calamity occur, these tiny plants will change the atmosphere to an Earth-like nitrogen-oxygen mix over the next few millennia. Due to its potential for future habitability and sapient life, Casbin has been designated a sanctuary world by the Citadel Council. Landing is prohibited by law, and any disturbance of the fragile young ecosystem will result in harsh. Wow. Take a deep breath. Harsh fines and imprisonment. At present, the planet is passing through the debris trail of a long-period comet. Orbital period 1.1 Earth years. Radius 7,819 kilometers. Day length 44.6 Earth hours. Atmospheric pressure 1.1 Earth atmospheres. Surface temperature 99 degrees Celsius. Surface gravity 1.1 G. Alright, I'm going to leave you guys with this screen. I'm going to take 7 minutes while I go find an appropriate second shirt to throw on top of my undershirt. For anyone who hasn't been here before, we generally run ads during these breaks. I also feel the urge to answer nature's call coming up, so I'm definitely going to throw up the 3-minute ads. Sorry, but I got to do something to keep these lights spinning. Definitely feel free to take a stretch or do whatever fits your fancy. I promise you won't miss anything. When we come back, we are going to continue. We have 2 of 4 so far, and another 2 to go. And this will be 3 of 4 that we're landing on. See you guys after the commercial break. Extended commercial break, I should say. Sorry about that, folks. I am back. Thankfully, I haven't been too overtime. Hopefully everybody enjoyed their break. I did, in fact, go get a better shirt. One that's a little bit more, it's long sleeve, but it's much thinner. Like I said, what I was wearing underneath on top of the undershirt was actually just, was a sort of, like a woven jacket. It's not a honcho. Honchos are very specific. It's basically like a jacket made of thick woven wool, I think, which in summertime was of course not eventually going to clash with the temperature in the house and out of the house. Had to change. All right, let's bring 2 more of these. Well, let's bring the remaining 2 and then figure out where to go from there. We had one in the sort of barren wasteland, one in the snow, and one in a lush outpost. Is the remaining one going to be in like a hot volcanic area? And we're apparently in the middle of an ash storm of some kind. I hope everybody had a good intermission or commercial break. Again, I appreciate anybody who sticks around and watches the ads. I appreciate it. You know, every bit of that ad revenue helps. I'm not a fan of running ads, or anything like that, but you know what? At the end of the day, since I have a business to run, it's pretty important that I keep the computer and the technology running, and I think we're going to run into some problems. And again, I can't really promise that your donations are going to go, you know, untouched any further. Just cannot. Because I have to pay, I have bills and debt to pay. But I don't want to put a goal on the screen that's like, hey, you want to watch me pay off my debt? It's a lot. I don't think people really want to watch that number. Maybe when I have a job, you know, I'll put that goal number up there. And then, you know, it'll be like, hey, you can watch the streamer pay off his own bills or something. Nice. No, I'm not wanting to do that. Like, RPG gamer gets real excited about number going up. Something along those lines. That might be a fun meter, although I don't think anybody would like the 5 digits that my debt has attached to it. I'd be staring at that a long time. College debt is not fun. If you could go to college and not have the debt, I encourage you to do it. I definitely encourage you to do it. Like, if you have some means of not going into debt. Or, you know, if what you want to do is related to, like, a family business or something. Or, let's say, what you want to do is a trade and not, like, actual R&D or anything, then, you know, maybe don't take on... the college is actually not worth it if those are the two things you want to do. Now, the sad part is, you know, you're not sure of what you want to do. You went through, like, your school's career placement activities, and you found yourself in a bunch of different areas, then yeah, you kind of just have to feel the waters until you get it right. That's really about as much as one could do regarding the subject. But this is why I stress to the people that are younger than me, you know, like by, say, I'm 31, so at least 10 years younger than me. You don't have much time. The time to figure it out is in high school. In college, you should know what you want to do. Did we get the mummified Solarian? Yeah, because this was an anomaly before. Okay. Let's go kill whatever Geth armature has made its way there. Yeah, I encourage the youth to figure this stuff out. You gotta know what you want to do in life, and you need to know sooner rather than later. I know it changes all the time. It changes a lot over the course of one's youth. But the sooner you know, you lock in exactly what you want to do, the sooner you can plan for it. Because life does not care if you concoct these big plans. It doesn't care how long you've spent planning. Nice. I am minding the heavy turrets here. Where's the next one? Right, I should not have repaired yet. No matter how badly I wanted to. Okay, what else? That it? Good. The Geth array is transmitting regular data bursts on an encrypted channel using the Alliance's own FTL comm buoys. It's not clear where the data is being directed nor the content of the signal. Okay, and the last thing we have to do is go over to the Geth outpost. Because I believe we got the engine debris. No, get rid of that. Let's just double check one of these just to make sure that we have everything. I think we did, because I remember struggling, but wow, my memory really is quite like a sieve. Yeah, I do remember doing this. Still gonna check anyway, just in case I like went up to the thing, like, oh, there's nothing here, and got up into the ship. Yeah, I don't see anything interactable or highlightable down there. Still going to be extremely thorough and check anyway. Alright, we got it. Yeah, I suppose you'd call me an academic wash-up, wouldn't you? Not you specifically, like the viewing audience, but I mean... That's kind of the stage of my life I'm in now. I'm considered the washout. I'm the person the colleges and universities filtered out of the system eventually. It took them 10 years or more, but they did it. Oh, if you got any scholarships like Hope or something similar while you're in high school, apply for that stuff while you're in high school. Don't do what I did and say, like, oh, my GPA is really good, I don't need it. No, you got a limited lifetime. You got a limited section of your life you can draw from it, and then otherwise, gone. Just wiped out. That's fine. I'll complete college eventually. You know, as long as I don't do stupid stuff and die, or, you know, if I maintain good maintenance of my health and stuff, then I should make it. It's really tough. Oh God, it's really tough not to talk about this stuff. I'm doing my best. I'm leaking out little bits of what I want to talk about here and there, but I don't want to constantly talk about it. That's not what people come here for. People don't come to Twitch to, like, hear people's commentary on life at large or their own lives. People come to escape. And if the game happens to bring up, you know, something tangentially related, cool. It's when it doesn't, and the streamer's just talking out of their mouth, that people generally tune out. I tune out. And I know other people do it. It's not just, it ain't just me. You'll find examples of it all on YouTube where some streamer will go into a 10 or 15 minute, or even some stuff on YouTube where people are like commenting on something for 5-10 minutes, and if it's not a diehard fan, sometimes you get critics who are like, hey, I know you wanted to talk about this thing, but you really, if it was something you knew you wanted to say, you should have wrote out what it is you wanted to say and not take 10 minutes to tap dance around the topic, hoping not to peeve too many people by whatever hot garbage opinion you might have. That sort of thing. Because everyone's got garbage opinions. Absolutely everyone has at least some opinion someone else is going to vilify you for. Only the most malleable of people, and by malleable, I mean people who really, really want to easily conform to groupthink and not just think for themselves. Because we all do it. We all have a tendency to conform. Those who are incapable of suppressing that tendency to conform and not stand up for anything they believe in. You'd have to be that sort of person. More of a socialite than even me. And I'm a pretty conformable person. So I know what I'm talking about. You'd have to be that sort of person. Oh. We need to kill the dropship. Okay, that's not gonna work. We need the heavy weapons for this.
One more outpost left, so we can get rid of it as soon as cluster's secure.
Alright, we good? I think we're good. Return to the Normandy. But we all have garbage opinions on this or that. It's just a matter of time until you have an opinion which is considered garbage. Or hot takes, as they're called now. And then the next thing you know, your outlook, which you thought was progressive or model or... And I don't mean I mean like the operative word definition for progressive and not the political, like, catch name for progressive people. I mean, people who generally trend toward progress in either rights, the kinds of rights a person has, or the kinds of liberties they get to enjoy. That sort of thing. It just so happens to fit the political definition of what a progressive is. Someone who wants to advance human rights. Hello, Almos. Almos is a hydrogen-helium gas giant with traces of sodium darkening its atmosphere. Orbital period 46.7 Earth years, radius 60,948 kilometers, day length 67.1 Earth hours. Which one is it? Pregal, Pregal is an enormous terrestrial world with an atmosphere of chlorine and ethane. Its surface is mainly composed of sulfur with deposits of aluminum. No landing has ever been attempted. Orbital period 17.8 Earth years. Radius 10,510 kilometers. Day length 49.8 Earth hours. Atmospheric pressure 1 Earth atmosphere. Same as ours. Surface temperature negative 131 degrees Celsius and a surface gravity of 1.1 Gs. While scanning the planet Pregal, you discovered several marker buoys orbiting it. Chief Engineer Adams secured some high-res optical images of the buoys, which appeared to have been neglected for some time. Each one was marked with the Baetica colony insignia. Thought I spotted something. I think it's just Pregal flashing by really fast. The last one is Magi. Okay, another barren wasteland. Magi orbits the Vamshi binary giant stars. Vamshi A is a blue star of Spectral Class A43, A4III, which burns at half again the temperature of Sol. Vamshi B is an aging red giant of Class MS3, over 220 times the size of Sol. Maji has a thin atmosphere of methane and carbon monoxide. The difference in temperature between the hemisphere facing the suns and that facing deep space causes constant wind, stirring the silica and sodium dust on the surface. Unsavory characters from the Terminus systems occasionally use Maji for forms of cruel sport, dumping slaves, hostages, quarreling shipmates, or even when bored, vicious animals on the surface. One must kill the other before they will be rescued from the lethal radiation of the giant stars. Orbital period 5.9 Earth years, radius 5,727 kilometers, day length 55.3 Earth hours, atmospheric pressure 0.42 Earth atmospheres, surface temperature of negative 121 degrees Celsius, and a surface gravity of 0.85 Gs. And we're going to land on the planet, and we're going to take the boys with us again. Alright, what do we have? We got the Geth outpost over here. 2 anomalies here. I'm hoping that we find some minerals and stuff along the way. It ain't Mars, but it feels like it, huh? And that's a nice view, too. We got the binary star system in front of us. It's really quite cool. Makes for nice painting or picture, doesn't it? You know, when you factor out the inherent brightness. Maybe not game photos. Maybe someone will have some, you know, non-brightened stills or something to take, to get a picture from. Or where the star isn't reflecting. That's what I want to say. There's no glint or glare from looking at the stars, like there is right there. And I'm glad this, for what it's worth, you know, there'll probably be some choices I would have made different. If I had known, if, you know, maybe I'd had a little more foresight and paid a little more attention to what I was doing. But for the most part, like the field that I chose to enter, the people I met along the way, I wouldn't have changed that. If I knew that this was what had happened. And, you know, as much as I would desire some sort of Groundhog Day scenario, where I can repeat all the things I failed until I passed, what would that even mean? Would I even be streaming? Would I be here? I don't know. This massive skull is scored by deflected mass accelerator shots. The xenobiology files in your hardsuit computer can't identify the species. It must have been brought here from an unknown world. That's cool. Hopefully we can identify the species, or, you know, else something along those lines will say, we've been here. We've been here. And it'll say so in Mass Effect 2 or 3. That'll be nice. I don't think we explore a lot of the same spaces in 2. I think we do go into the Terminus systems a little bit in 2. I could be wrong on that, though. Hello. Salvage? Don't mind if I do. What about those combat optics? Stabilizer 7. Frictionless materials. Heat damping and extra damage. Sure, we'll go for some extra heat capacity. Now, off to the outpost. Didn't think it would take me more than 90 minutes. But you know, when you read everything and you talk about stuff, and I guess I'm not a good judge of time, am I? Wow, not one but 2 mineral deposits. Found one over there. Now there's one over here. Cool. So, I put the AMA tag up today, specifically because I thought, oh, I might not, I don't know if I have that much to talk about. So feel free to ask me any questions. You know, if you're going to ask a spoiler question, just say, spoiler, or indicate in some way you're asking about stuff that we haven't quite dealt with in the playthrough yet. I have no problems talking about it. I just need to know beforehand. So that I can maybe warn the audience or something. Just bear in mind, if there's an AMA going on, I still expect people to follow, like, Twitch terms of service. That should go without saying. I'm gonna say it for the people in the back. More than anyone else. You know, I expect people to be well behaved while they're in here. If they can't be well behaved, they're gonna get the boot really fast. I do not tolerate trolls. At least those of a non-sporting kind. Sarcasm and stuff may be okay, depends on what it is. And same with the meaning. I'm fine with a lot of stuff, but I have limits. But I absolutely do not tolerate violations of terms of service. I will throw people out. It's happened before. And pretty much almost every time I stream, there's at least someone coming in here, or else a bot, coming in here selling free views and free viewers. I don't want that stuff. Nice. Let's get that Spectre training. And then the boys have some skills to learn. We're gonna pump up your weapons. Like, I want these two to be very good with their weapons. At least the ones I'm interested in them using. Let's get that combat armor up. I might be able to take out some of them. There's another one. And another one down, and another one down, and another one bites the dust. Hey, hey. I don't know what I don't know what I was doing with that segment, but there you go. I did something. But I know my personality is like that of a wet stick. I believe I'm getting hit anyway. Yeah, there we go. So if you got questions, ask. I'll do my best to answer. Unless it's something I don't know, in which case, depending on how much I don't know, I might try and answer anyway. Or I'll direct you to somewhere, or say, sorry, I don't know. Sorry I couldn't be more helpful. Now, if you're asking me for an opinion, that's completely different. If you ask me for an opinion, I'm going to answer whether I have the knowledge required or not. Where is this one? Over here? Alright. And then we have probably a Geth armature. Am I getting it in the right spot?
Strange. I expect one of these outposts to be the main base of operations for this incursion.
Hold up. This receiver's picking up some kind of transmission. Based on the signal strength, I'd say it's coming from inside this star cluster.
It must be a message from the primary Geth base. We can use the signal to lock onto its location and take them out.
Nice. We're just gonna make sure there's nothing here of worth. Alright, we look good. Let's take her back to the main ship. Geth incursions. We've found all 4, and we now have the Geth bunker. In the Grissom system. Okay, that's probably new. Let's make a save. Zoom out, and I betcha that's a new system we can go to. Yep, here it is. Here's Grissom. Also, also of note is a character named Grissom by the, I think might be the guy's, it's either the guy's first or last name. That's a CSI character. I think it's the unlabeled one, because I know like Miami and some others get labeling. I think it's the original one. The one based in Vegas. Or maybe it's called CSI Las Vegas. I don't know. Nice asteroid. An asteroid composed of mixed metals and silicates with a radius of 54 kilometers. Survey says we found some polonium, a rare metal indeed. We got Solcrum and Nodabon. Or Nodanbon. That's not right. Notanbin. Notanbin? Nodanbon. Don't know which one. Notanbin. Notanbin? Notanbin is a hydrogen-helium gas giant with traces of ammonia. Molecular nitrogen is present in the highest levels of the atmosphere, giving the planet its odd violet tint. The upper levels of Notanbin's atmosphere are inhabited by shoals of tiny, ammonia-based life forms, no larger or more complex than the plankton of Earth's oceans. Held aloft by air pressure and wind, these bioluminescent creatures constantly flee from the approach of the Terminator. Should they be exposed to the light and heat of Grissom, they die. Orbital period 990.5 Earth years, radius is 73,314 kilometers. Wow, there's even life on the gas giant. What a surprise. Day length 16.9 Earth hours. That's a very pretty planet. I bet you it's Solcrum. Yep, sure is. We're gonna read everything else first. Any comments? Any comments? Nope. Zahyrix. Zahyrix's nitrogen-argon atmosphere is being blasted away by the solar wind of the blue giant Grissom. Its surface consists of seas of loose silicate dust, some kilometers deep, which periodically swirl into global sandstorms. Sandstorms, geez. Many unmanned probes to Zahyrix have been lost over the years, though investigation has attributed all to mechanical failure of computational error. A popular extranet meme insists the entire planet is composed of dormant nanotechnology created millennia ago by a race even more advanced than the Protheans. According to the story, Zahyrix's silica dust is actually disassembler robots which periodically awaken to defend themselves. Though discounted by every reputable scientist, this theory has been popularized by a series of sensationalistic texts by Asari author Dulce Orthissa. Orbital period. I think I tried to combine the words orbital and period. Orbital period of 266.8 Earth years, radius of 6,729 kilometers, day length of 51.5 Earth hours, atmospheric pressure of 0.32 Earth atmospheres, a surface temperature of 959 degrees Celsius, and a surface gravity of 0.61 Gs. Survey says, while scanning this planet, you detected a large deposit of beryllium. And Benda. Oh no. I could see that name. It's not as funny as I think it is. Benda has a dense atmosphere of sulfur dioxide and chlorine. Though technically classified as a terrestrial world, but the surface of the planet has never cooled enough for crust to form. It is a global sea of molten rock. Like Zahirix, the atmosphere is being blasted away by solar wind. Once its thick atmosphere is gone, Benda's surface will be a mere 400 degrees C. Orbital period, 812 Earth years. Radius, 6,788 kilometers. Day length, 41.2 Earth hours. Atmospheric pressures, 26.35 Earth atmospheres. Surface temperature, 3,151 degrees Celsius. Wow. Wow. Hot. Survey says, scans of Benda uncovered an ancient Solarian vessel. A small team was dispatched to search for valuables. The only item of value recovered was a League of One medallion. Wow, I'd like to bend things around for the atmosphere of this planet or, make it more habitable, because it's got such a nice look to it. It's a shame that it can't be habitable due to that temperature, but even the Elcor and the Volus have their limits on what they will or won't inhabit. Alright, let's take a look at Solcrom. Warning, level 1 heat hazard. Solcrom is the largest moon of the gas giant Notanban. It has a trace atmosphere of krypton and xenon. The crust is composed of various metals with deposits of sodium. As with everybody in the solar system, the surface is scorching hot and thoroughly irradiated by the blue giant Grissom. Surface excursions without proper protective gear are certain to prove fatal. On approach to Notanban, Normandy's passive sensor array intercepted a fragmentary coded transmission from the surface of Solcrum. Itchy. It's like right there, right on the border between my nostril and like my upper lip. It's really bad. A really bad itch. Are certain to prove fatal. On approach to Notanban, Normandy's passive sensor array intercepted a fragmentary coded transmission from the surface of Solcrum. Attempts to decrypt the message were fruitless. It does not appear to be in any software coding language used by the Citadel races. Orbital distance, 10,367,883 kilometers from Notanban. Orbital period, 0.6 Earth years. Radius, 4,534 kilometers. Day length, 0.6 Earth years. Atmospheric pressure, 0.00 Earth atmospheres. Surface temperature, 351 degrees Celsius. Surface gravity, 0.8 Gs. We're going to take Liara and Talizora this time. Wow. Almost want to ferret that piece of ice out. We have a fruit fly problem. Lots of places appear to have a fruit fly problem. That looks to be a main quest, so let's go. Looks to be the main place we need to go, so let's go anywhere else. But there is a dead fruit fly that has managed to land in my pineapple Fanta, so, now I'm wondering whether or not I can drink the thing. I probably should just throw it out, which I'll do on break. It managed to, like, land on the piece of ice like a floating rafter, which I think is somewhat hilarious, but at least as a I can't even call myself a studying biologist, can I? I just have to call myself an interested person. That's fine. Let's try to be quick, because that level 1 hazard is most assuredly moving. There are several artifacts stored here, all worthless except for one of Matriarch Delanaga's writings. Whether it was uncovered at the Stig site or elsewhere is unclear. Oh, right. Before I forget, we got 4 points for these ladies that we gotta sort out. Let's see. I'd rather get your first aid skill up as much as I would rather get other skills up. I think we were working toward barrier, but having good first aid is just important. And then for you, we can get electronics up to maximum. Make a new save. Because I'm being a little bit less cautious with the saves today. I hope that doesn't come back to bite us. There we go, just a little bit of nose correction for the Mako. And through here, it's got a really nice atmosphere, or a really nice ambience, I should say. And look at that blue star. Looks nice. I think I've got a few smudges on my screen, so it looks a little bit better, actually, through the capture card. You guys get the unfettered thing. I've tried cleaning the screen. The smudges almost always come back, given enough time. Probably need to clean it again. Along with my desk, actually. It's a little bit dusty. I wouldn't call it dirty. I don't have objects scattered every which way, no matter how much of a mess it looks. Most of it is just wiring or papers, but main thing I gotta do is dust. And if there's one thing I don't like doing, it's de-dusting anything. Alright. Let's head towards this objective. Hopefully we find a mineral somewhere along the way. And if not, okay. Not the worst thing in the world. Wow, that's twice we've actually tumbled over on this one planet. You could go multiple streams without tipping over, and then all of a sudden, you just hit a rock the right way. You use your booster, your jump in the wrong spot, and all of a sudden you're tipping over on your back all day long. In other fun news, so I've been working on a little bit of a side project in case I ever feel not up to playing Divinity Original Sin, which has happened a couple times this week, apart from also like oversleeping my Discord streams. I'm especially sorry to those in the Discord. And for Coffee and Patreon, that content is meant for you as well. I have to edit it and everything. Let's try to keep moving. We've already taken a huge hit to our shields. And up there. It's like it knew I was going there. And I think there's one right up in that stand over there. There, they died. Yay. Death to the Geth. At least until they become more friendly. And then less death. Jammed immediately. And then the stalker just kind of walked in a different direction. Okay. You're using a pistol. You're using a pistol. I'm using my sniper rifle. Okay. You're getting a lift out of here. Oh, rocket. Ladies.
Patching you up.
No, I don't want to use these. Thank you. All right. Come on, ladies. Not making it through until you follow me in. Alright, you're getting a Sab. Sab went on cooldown with no effect. You're getting a damping. You're getting a lift. Now that sapper went and moved somewhere. As the last Geth falls, you hear music from across the room. On the monitor, a Quarian stands before a hushed crowd, warbling a mournful a cappella of worlds and innocence lost. The recorded song is dispatched to the Geth worlds behind the Perseus Veil. The transmitter shuts down. I think that's it. I don't think we have anything else. Interesting that there was something related to the Quarians. Nice. Let's decrypt this terminal. You discover a number of encrypted Geth data files. In the proper hands, they could reveal much about the evolution of the Geth since the banishment of the Quarians. And that could be our story if we're not paying attention, huh? With the way we're going with Chat GPT and open source AI, we're definitely headed in that direction. We've learned nothing from the science fiction we have written. We have learned nothing. We have observed nothing. And many critics who might rightfully point out that the science fiction is science fiction for a reason. But it's out of the hundreds of scenarios that humans have imagined for themselves in the face of various apocalyptic crises, you surely don't think that AI technology could go down one of those very fictional rabbit holes? We write fiction not just to entertain, but we write fiction so that, you know, maybe we can think of, oh, this was written about before. We don't have to repeat this mistake. We can just follow the dialogue. We can, maybe not word for word. Fiction is not like real life for a reason as well, but we could learn from our own imaginations instead of just falling into typical human habits over and over. Nice, we got a bunch of frictionless materials and other stuff. Gonna make sure we save the... Do we actually have anything that's particularly that good? Like, we just lose so much accuracy, is the problem. Alright. We got stuff on Fulcrum done. Let's return to Normandy.
Message from Admiral Hackett, Commander. Patching it through.
We just received your report. Looks like this Geth incursion was bigger than we thought. They were probably preparing for a major offensive in the system. We're increasing patrols in the Armstrong cluster to make sure they can't establish another foothold in the region. Nice job, Shepard. You saved a lot of human lives on this mission. Hack it out.
Thank you, Admiral Hackett. Much appreciated. Now, what do we have to do? So we have Virmire. We have the Exodus cluster. I'm very curious for what Asteroid X-57 has in store for us. I don't even know the right time to check it out, though. I want to wait. So while we wait, we're going to go to Virmire. We don't have anything better to do. We only have one system, Hawk, which is where Virmire is. Alright. So now that we're here in the system, what we're going to do is I'm going to take another break. This one could be 5 minutes. Doesn't have to be that long. When we return from this commercial break, we're finally going to dig into Virmire. And I'm going to try to change out my drink in the meantime. You guys know the spiel. 90 seconds of ads on the clock. I'll see you guys after the commercial break. I am back. Sorry about that, folks. And I think I just managed to swap around the things. Alright. There we go. Should still be in the live screen. We haven't transitioned to the full screen or anything. Hopefully everybody's break went well. Thank you again for sitting through any ads that I happen to pump up or display. I do my best. If I run ads every half hour, it's bad for viewership. You know, if I don't structure my stream in such a way to take advantage of that. If I don't run enough, then we run into you know, preloaded ads, which aren't very good for us either. I'm trying to find a balance, and I think I might have found a balance. I don't know. No one tells me. All I have to go on is, whatever I observe on Twitch when I'm on other streams. There are many streamers who don't care, who don't put up notices for ads, who don't structure them, just kind of air them whenever, wherever, because they need the cash. I try not to do that, because I know if it annoys me as a viewer, I certainly don't want to subject other people to it. And it's just not. That's not a practice I want to be following. That's why I'm trying to get better about thanking people for sitting through the ads. Because even though they don't mean much to you, they help me. I don't care about. I'm not that I shouldn't care, but I do and don't care about the contents of the ads. I don't have any control over the contents of the ads. I don't. Otherwise, I would maybe actually sculpt and curate the ads to my audience. But since I can't do that, I'm kind of forced to just not care about it, because caring about it would drive me insane. Priscilla is a terrestrial world so small it cannot retain even a trace atmosphere. The surface is frozen and composed of magnesium silicates with carbonaceous deposits. In the recent past, a pirate band from the Terminate systems carved a message into the surface using ship-based laser systems, or laser weapons, and 100-meter wide Batarian syllabic. The message proclaims the military prowess and virility of one Captain Zaish. A smaller postscript alludes to the questionable parentage of all humans. Ugh. Of course the Batarians would. Orbital period 108.7 Earth years. Radius 2,075 kilometers. Day length 24.9 Earth hours. Atmospheric pressure 0.00 Earth atmospheres. Surface temperature negative 158 degrees Celsius, and a surface gravity of 0.1 Gs. Then we have Chloroplon. Okay. Chloroplon is a relatively small hydrogen-helium gas giant with a haze of methane in the upper atmosphere. Nice texturing. Orbital period 47.8 Earth years. Radius 32,191 kilometers. Day length 13.4 Earth hours. Virmire's in the third orbit. Nemada is a terrestrial planet with a thick, hazy atmosphere of ammonia, methane, and a cocktail of other hydrocarbon gases. The surface is scorching hot and mainly composed of nickel with deposits of iron. With a density 1.4 times that of Earth, it is obvious that Nemada is rich with heavier elements. Mining could be extremely profitable, though the lethal heat and high gravity would make initial development costly. Given the political instability of the nearby Terminus systems, investment is unlikely. Orbital period 3.5 Earth years, radius 7,318 kilometers, day length 70.4 Earth hours. Atmospheric pressure 1.6 Earth atmospheres. Surface temperature 168 degrees Celsius. Surface gravity 1.4 Gs. And before Virmire, we have Jarfor. Jarfor is a close-orbiting hot Jupiter hydrogen-helium gas giant with clouds of airborne silicate and deeper layers of sodium. In composition, it is extraordinarily similar to 51 Pegasus planet Bellerophon, one of the first extrasolar planets discovered by humanity in the late 20th century. Despite its great size, Jarfor is actually rather low mass. The incredible heat of the star Hawk has caused its atmosphere to expand. In fact, Jarfor is so low mass, it is tidally locked to Hawk. The temperature difference between sunward hot pole and dark side cold pole creates constant hurricane-force winds, unsurprisingly. Orbital period 1.3 Earth years. Radius 63,169 nice kilometers. Day length 1.3 Earth years. Finally, we have Virmire. Virmire is a lush frontier world, ideal for colonization by carbon-based species. Its vast seas and orbital position on the inner life zone have created a wide equatorial band of humid tropical terrain. Unfortunately, the political instability of the nearby terminus systems has impeded colonization efforts. The high risk of raids by pirates and slavers makes it an unappealing homestead. Orbital period 9.2 Earth years. Radius 6,440 kilometers. Also nice. Day length 22.3 Earth days. Atmospheric pressure 0.9 Earth atmospheres. Surface gravity 32 degrees Celsius on a surface gravity of 0.86 Gs. We're going to land on Virmire. We're going to start out with our humans.
Commander, I'm reading a signal. Must be our Solarian infiltration team.
Check out those defense towers.
Drop the Mako. We'll go in hot and take them out.
I'll get you in underneath their radar, Commander.
Thank you, Joker. Thank you very much.
You've got a clean drop, Commander.
Good job.
Stay out of range and continue evasive maneuvers until I bring those AA towers down.
I know the drill. Meet you at the camp once those towers are offline. Joker out.
And we've got 2 points for him and 4 points for her. 4 points for her. I know where to put those. We're gonna finish out the weapons tree and then finish out the first aid and assault training, and I think we'll be okay. As for you, I'm thinking we're going to... See, I have first aid, and it's kind of meh. Her first aid's a little bit better, so we can afford to focus on, say, decryption, or something along those lines. New save. We're on a new planet now. Okay. So I failed to capture or deal with the contents of that last mission. I'll have to do that on the return trip. And we are already greeted with hostiles. Which, okay, cool. Kind of whatever. Got these mushroom cap-like things. Now I kind of feel bad. Let's try not to kill any more of them. As soon as I saw that they weren't going to award us anything, I've come to a stop on that. Now, are we dealing with Geth or slavers? Geth. I managed to hit that somehow. Let's turn this around. And I assume there are more drones in the area. More or less, that appears to be what's happening. Trying to keep my eye out for valuables, but I don't really see any. Gotta be careful. Nearly sputtered another one of those. Now we got the actual mainline Geth to worry about. Move around. This is a pretty nice place. I wouldn't mind living here on this coastal world. It'd be a tad bit hot, but just stay in the shaded areas. And that drone is down. Nothing there. And nothing here either. Oh, and thunderstorms off in the distance? Sign me up. We're just gonna take out all your defenses. Don't mind me. And mind where we're turning, I guess. Okay, over here. Just knock out all those barriers. Leave them with nothing to stand on. Let's get rid of that assault drone. Goody. Any more Geth that would like to crop up out of the woodwork? And over here. Chalk one up to the Mako, I guess. Chalk actually several to the Mako. Actually, all of our kills to the Mako. Did I mention I like Mako missions yet? I mean, I feel like I've pivoted. I think part of it might just be like actual operation bias. Mind where we're going. Okay, there's another. I know several are kind of up there on that walkway. Gonna be able to... Anything? Nope. Okay. Oh, hi. Yeah, don't even think about hiding in that rock. That's not gonna get you very far. Alright, let's kind of come out. We actually do have to get up and go out on foot for this section. After all the planets where we've been on foot, it's nice to get a primary one where you actually have a good section of it be the Mako mission. I guess I've kind of warmed up to them. The Mako missions were like, they're kind of a cult classic. You either like them or you don't. Look, honestly, I think if you get past the Mako controls, they're not that bad. And again, most of what I said about the Mako controls comes down to, on the surface, they're fine. It's, you know, it's all the little quirks that add up to be an annoyance. That is the real problem. I know there's some over here. There's one, and I see another one of them hopping around. There's the sniper taken out. Shock. There we go. Thank you, Ashley, for being a meat shield, I guess. We have a hardened weapon locker and no ability to hack the Geth software. Guess not. At least we took out one of their fortifications. I have seen people walk a good section of this portion of it on foot. And, let me tell you, those sad sods when they figured out the Mako was what was required. Well, maybe not required, but, like, you don't want to... Look, just look at that big stretch. We've traveled this whole stretch. Can you imagine how long that would take on foot? Nobody got time for that. Maybe not so much people don't have time, but you'll wish you didn't have the time for it. You'll wish you'd figured out that the Mako would have sped you along. You have to be rather obstinate. I don't think so. That's right. Come this way, right this way. Okay. I know there were some more shots that fired from that direction. More armatures off in the distance. The Colossi would have had more health. It's... You kind of just... If you can't see the health gauge, you just kind of learn which enemies have which kind of health. Yeah, and these are definitely armatures. Okay, now we actually have to make our way around. We have some place that you can't really go except by foot. So we should obviously head there first. Maybe they've positioned one of the Geth tower cannons over here. Or it can be a cave mouth. That also works. Or we have found the back way in. Right there. That's it. Just keep them coming. Okay, what just hit us? That had to have been more armature fire. Oh, not armature. Armatures are the small things. It's a Colossus. Now we go back and take out the straggler from behind, and then get ready to deal with what's that big clump of enemies over here. Wow, tons of the good stuff. I can't wait to see what, like, the final areas of the game give us. We're gonna... wait. Get out of the Mako. Can't save while we're here, so we have to just keep going. Right. Okay, rest of them are probably hiding out up here somewhere. Or they're gonna make us get out on foot. Or we could get back into the Mako. Alright. one of you. Where's the other? There. The key thing about combat in Mass Effect is to just obviously use your stuff. Look out for the rocket fire. It's 2 and 3. Be persistent, be patient, and don't do what I'm doing, which is going in guns blazing. Use your cover to your advantage. All right, let's quickly get those gun controls disabled along with all the other stuff going on. Gate controls. Generator still active. Gate override offline.
I'm reading that the grid is down, Commander. On approach to the Solarian base now. Out.
Ready to move out, Commander.
Alright, so you had to shut down the power guns or the anti-air guns in order to open the gates. You kind of had to do that. There wasn't... I'm just gonna forget to... I'm gonna forget to disable the guns. No, game makes you do it. That's fine, though. Make a new save. Because we're at the midpoint of the length, and now we have a little bit to go before we get into the on-foot section of Virmire. That Geth warship I just saw, or was that the Normandy whizzing by? Couldn't tell. Thank you. Where's everything else? Rest of them are probably up there. That's right, we're gonna take out a whole bunch. And then all we have to do is wipe out the one. Eventually we'll have enough 9s and 10s that we can kit out everybody into just the best stuff. And I think that was the last one. Nope. There's another one in here. Ashley, I'm so tough. I'm so forward strong that I'm just gonna stand in the middle of turret fire. Or a middle of rocket fire, actually. And take it like a woman. Wow, I think... Oh, no, I've just barely succeeded. Nice. Activate those gate controls.
That's the last one. We should be able to reach the Solarian camp.
And then I saw that crate over there that we could go grab. Do we have... What's the armor looking like? Got Scorpion X, which we had the Predator 8 before. We've got the Survivor X, which is very bad for whatever reason. We're gonna transfer those upgrades. Caden, how's your armor looking? Titan 7. Explorer 9. And Predator 8. Damage protection goes down, but you actually get a better upgrade than what you currently have. So we're gonna do that. 160 shields. It's the shield interface. Let's get that medical exoskeleton online. And then Miss Ashley. We don't have too many in the armor department, so we're kind of stuck on that. That's fine. Okay, where did we... Let's just zoom in, which doesn't actually help. You can't vault over the... You'd think our boots would just come with jet thrusters or something on them, but alas... Well, I suppose the stairs should tell us which side of the gate we're on, huh? It would appear that way. Now, let's make it over to the Solarian base camp. We're gonna do one final save, because I think there's some, like, unavoidable, like, irrevocable decisions that are made. Let's scroll back. Now there shouldn't be a whole bunch of Solarian, or a whole bunch of Geth resistance on our way to the Solarian base camp.
Commander, Normandy's touched down at the base, but it looks like we're grounded. The Solarian captain can explain when you get here.
That doesn't sound particularly good. Like, maybe the Solarian base camp did not like the ship getting too close. The Solarians are very, very, very sensitive when it comes to their, like, military and special ops.
There's the Solarian camp. So what are we supposed to do now?
Stay put until we can come up with a plan.
Are you in charge here? What's the situation?
I'm Captain Kirahi, 3rd Infiltration Regiment STG. You and your crew have just landed in the middle of a hot zone. Every AA gun within 10 miles has been alerted to your presence.
What are we supposed to do in the meantime?
We stay put until the Council sends the reinforcements we requested.
We are the reinforcements.
What? You're all they sent? I told the Council to send a fleet.
We couldn't understand your transmission. They sent me to investigate.
That is a repetition of our task. I lost half my men investigating this place.
So what have you found?
Saren's base of operations. He set up a research facility here, but it's crawling with Geth and very well fortified.
What's Saren researching?
He's using the facility to breed an army of Krogan.
How is that possible?
Apparently, Saren has discovered a cure for the genophage.
What's so important about curing this genophage?
It was the solution to the Krogan problem.
We introduced the genophage to the Krogan population after the uprising, to quell their numbers. Without it, the Krogan will quickly overrun the galaxy. And these Krogan follow Saren.
The Geth are bad enough, but a Krogan army? He'd be almost unstoppable.
Exactly my thoughts. We must ensure that this facility and its secrets are destroyed.
Destroyed? I don't think so. Our people are dying. This cure can save them.
If that cure leaves this planet, the Krogan will become unstoppable. We can't make the same mistake again.
We are not a mistake.
Is he going to be a problem? We already have enough angry Krogan to deal with.
He'll be fine. I'll talk to him.
I'd appreciate that, Commander. My men and I need to rethink our plan of attack. Can you give us some time?
Go ahead, Captain. I'll come back soon.
We won't be long, Commander. In the meantime, if you need any supplies, you can talk to Commander Rentola. He's in one of the tents nearby.
Looks like things are a bit of a mess.
Yeah. I wouldn't be so worried if it wasn't for Rex. He looks like he's gonna blow a gasket.
You think I should go talk to him?
It wouldn't hurt. Well, it might, actually. Just do it carefully.
I'll be careful, but be ready, just in case.
I'm always ready.
I can't say I don't empathize with Rex. Imagine being told that you were a mistake, that you shouldn't have been born, that, or other similar things. maybe the Krogan aren't being told they shouldn't be born, but they are being told your species is a menace to the galaxy, and you would be better off if you were kept in low numbers. That's awful.
The upcoming battle frightens me, but I know Saren must be stopped.
Nice armor.
Greetings, human. I am Commander Rentola. I can provide you with supplies for the upcoming mission. For anything else, I suggest you speak with Captain Kirahi.
Just tell me what you have available.
We have limited reserves. We requested a fleet to destroy Saren's base. Instead, they sent you.
Your request never came through. We'll just have to make do.
That much is clear.
Let me see what you have.
What little there is.
Let's get that council license. Medgel upgrade. And they were right. There really ain't much. We're good. We don't need anything else.
I'm concerned about Rex. Can we still trust him?
I mean, he has every right to be angry.
It won't be an easy fight. We're ready when you are.
I don't like the way Rex is behaving. He's really on edge.
Not surprised. We're talking about something that could save his species. I understand it, even if you don't. It's kind of that thing you worry about when you're someone who isn't neurotypical. That they will genetically scrub the autism away. They will genetically scrub the gay away. They will genetically scrub the Down syndrome out of you, or keep it so that no one else is born having it. That sort of thing.
The mission will succeed. The captain will not have it any other way.
But at what cost?
If we fail, no one will hear of this. If we succeed, same result.
I'm just briefing my men. I suggest you do the same.
I've been on this mission far too long. My brood won't even recognize me.
We better succeed, human. We still feel control of the Krogan rebellion.
Nice codex entry. We're gonna make another save. If I have to go back and put Rex in the opening party, I will do that, but I'm hoping that's not necessary.
I am worried that Rex's allegiance to you may be waning.
Yeah, because he's concerned about his people. I feel for him.
This isn't right, Shepard. If there's a cure for the genophage, we can't destroy it.
I understand you're upset, but we both know Saren's the enemy here. He's the one you should be angry with.
Really? Saren created a cure for my people. You want to destroy it. Help me out here, Shepard. The lines between friend and foe are getting a little blurry from where I stand.
This isn't a cure, it's a weapon. And if Saren is allowed to use it, you won't be around to reap the benefits. None of us will.
That's a chance we should be willing to take. This is the fate of my entire people we're talking about. I've been loyal to you so far. Hell, you did more for me than my family ever did. But if I'm going to keep following you, I need to know we're doing it for the right reasons.
Rex, these Krogan are not your people. They're slaves of Saren. Tools. Is that what you want for them?
No, we were tools for the Council once. To thank us for wiping out the Rachni, they neutered us all. I doubt Saren will be as generous. All right, Shepard. You've made your point. I don't like this, but I trust you enough to follow your lead. Just one thing. When we find Saren, I want his head.
Yay! We have staved off having to kill a party member. Yeah, we found... you see what I mean by an irreversible choice? We're getting to the sections of the game where we can lose companions. You don't lose them all. We're probably guaranteed to lose at least one. But,
If we're doing this, then let's go.
and we're probably guaranteed to lose at least one. I'm gonna do my darndest to prevent that, but...
This facility is well protected.
Imagine so, Liara.
Watch that Krogan of yours. Who knows what he'll do once you're in the breeding chambers.
Oh, shut your mouth.
These Solarians seem pretty tough. I just hope they hold up under pressure.
Just say the word. I'm ready to go.
With all these defenses, Saren must be hiding something big.
I will fight with fire for you, Commander.
Thank you, Tally. It's nice to hear reassuring messages. If there's a chance for me to take Rex with us, I will do it.
Thank you for speaking with the Krogan. The assault on Saren's base will be difficult enough as it is.
I assume that means you've come up with a plan.
Of sorts. We can convert our ship's drive system into a 20-kiloton ordnance. Crude, but effective.
Nice. Drop that nuke from orbit, and Saren can kiss his Turian ass goodbye.
Unfortunately, the facility is too well fortified for that. We'll need to place the bomb at a precise location.
Where do we take the nuke? And how do we get there?
The bomb must be taken to the far side of the facility. Your ship can drop it off, but we'll need to infiltrate the base, disable the AA guns, and pacify any ground forces first.
You want us to go in on foot? We don't have enough men.
It does sound a bit risky. Is there no other way?
No, but I think we can work around that. I'm going to divide my men into 3 teams and hit the front of the facility. While we've got their attention, you can sneak your shadow team in the back.
It's a good idea, but your people are gonna get slaughtered.
We're tougher than we look, Commander. But it's true. I don't expect many of us will make it out alive. And that makes what I'm going to ask even more difficult. I need one of your men to accompany me, to help coordinate the teams.
Good idea.
We'll need someone who knows Alliance communication protocols.
I volunteer, Commander.
Not so fast, LT. Commander Shepard will need you to arm the nuke. I'll go with the Solarians.
With all due respect, Gunnery Chief, it's not your place to decide.
Why is it that whenever someone says, with all due respect, they really mean kiss my ass?
Okay, boys and girls, let's calm down. This is not the time to be bickering and arguing amongst yourselves. Captain, who do you need?
Who would be better suited to the mission?
Either of these 2 will do, Commander. Both seem willing to sacrifice their lives if necessary, though if we are lucky, such sacrifices won't be required.
So, here's the thing about this. You see what I mean about irreversible decisions, right? This decision is, I wouldn't say irreversible, but I do think that not making the correct choice is going to get the other one in a very, very bad situation. So I'm just going to make sure yep, okay. Doesn't really matter. It's who you're going to keep with you. I like Ashley's suggestion. We're gonna have you go with them.
Williams, you'll accompany the captain. No heroics, understood?
Aye, aye, Commander.
I will have the ordnance loaded onto the Normandy and brief your crew on its detonation sequencing. Do you have any questions before we go, Commander?
Lots of questions, Mr. Solarian, sir. Your exit plan. I want my captain. I want my gunnery sergeant alive. I need to know what your exit is.
The Normandy's picking me up. How will your teams escape the blast?
We will engage the Geth as long as possible. Once the bomb is in place, we will fall back to try and escape the blast radius. If we move quickly, we should be able to escape with acceptable casualties. If not, then our memories will live on as martyrs to a greater cause.
You talk like this is a suicide mission.
I won't lie to you, Commander. There is a chance none of us will survive this assault, even your team. But we do what is necessary.
Well, I can't say Captain Kirrahe isn't composed under pressure. Although I shudder to think what may be creeping around in the back of that Solarian's mind. Solarians are naturally skittish creatures. They don't live long. And having a short lifespan makes one very protective of the life they have yet to live.
Shadow seems clear enough. What will the other teams be called?
Igor, Manovai, and Jaeto. They were the initial settlements on our first 3 colony worlds. They are at the heart of Solarian territory to this day. These names will remind my men what they are fighting for. They must have a personal stake in the fight if we are to have any chance of success.
I want to know more about the bomb. How reliable is it going to be?
Its reliability depends on the person arming it, but it will do the job. The drive system is highly impervious to damage from external sources. Once it has been armed, very little can stop it. The key is getting it into place and armed before the Geth can stop us.
Shadow seems clear enough.
No.
What will the other teams be called?
Igor and These names will remind my men what they are fighting for. They must have
Give me a quick rundown of the plan again.
You are Team Shadow. We will create a distraction while you infiltrate the base. Make your way to the breeding grounds at the heart of the facility. Disable the AA guns so the Normandy can land and deliver the nuke. If we get that far, we'll try to help you with guns, but don't count on it. Once you have the bomb, place it next to the geothermal taps. Then get out before it detonates.
I think we're ready.
I'm ready when you are, Captain.
Excellent. Then if you'll excuse me, I need to prepare my men.
Well, this is it. Don't do anything stupid while I'm gone, LT. You too, Commander.
We'll be fine. You'll see.
Yeah, good luck.
Is there something you want to say, Chief?
I don't know, it's just weird, going under someone else's command. I've got used to working with you. All of you.
Don't worry. We'll see you on the other side.
I know. It's been an honor serving with you, Commander.
It doesn't matter if we're not in the same unit. We're still a team. Watch each other's backs, keep your eyes open, and fight like I know you can. We'll all come out of this in one piece.
I agree.
You bet, Commander.
You all know the mission and what is at stake. I have come to trust each of you with my life, but I have also heard murmurs of discontent. I share your concerns. We are trained for espionage. We would be legends, but the records are sealed. Glorying in battle is not our way. Think of our heroes. The Silent Steppe, who defeated a nation with a single shot. Or the Ever Alert, who kept armies at bay with hidden facts. These giants do not seem to give us solace here, but they are not all that we are. Before the network, there was the fleet. Before diplomacy, there were soldiers. Our influence stopped the Rachni, but before that, we held the line. Our influence stopped the Krogan, but before that, we held the line. Our influence will stop Saren. In the battle today, we will hold the line.
Well spoken, Captain Kirahi. I'm sure that set everyone's heart just all aflutter, so Caden has to be one of them. And we're going to take Rex along with us. I think he's earned this. This is his fight. These are things he cares about. I want him to see this for himself. I have no problem.
Com check. Do you read me, Commander?
Loud and clear.
Good. We'll start our push. We'll try to make it to the AA guns, but it might be up to you to finish the job. And Commander, if you see any way to undermine their defenses, we could definitely use the help.
It is possible. I should say, let's see where this loads. Virmire base approach. Okay, so we have the option to switch up. Actually, I'm not sure. I want to load this and find out. It is possible that Tally is the other person I should be taking along with us. If that is the case, you guys know the spiel. I will play up to where we were with Tally in tow instead of Caden, and we'll go from there. But we're gonna try to do our best not to go back on decisions we've made, even though we've gone back on a bunch of them. Let's head for that comm tower. That's the first thing we should do.
Shadow is on the ground. Repeat, Shadow is on the ground. Williams, E14, Manovai, Taylor.
Manovai is under coordinated crossfire. Check for long-range turrets helping the Geth target.
Probably at the comm tower, if I had to peg a guess. I don't see a timer, but I'm gonna act as though we're under one. Right, get up a barrier. And then we're gonna tamp you down with a sab. Thank you. It's not all about headshots if you're a sniper. Sometimes you gotta just take the shots you can get. Got the disruption on that, but that doesn't mean... That doesn't mean that that was the intended objective target. This could have been something extra. For all we know. Nothing here.
Sun, surf, sand, and Geth. I bet they don't put that in the brochure.
Okay. Got a couple of different ways to go. I want to make sure we've killed everything. Leave no Geth to chance. We'll make sure none of those silvery gray blurs speed by us.
We got a shot. Chief Williams, take the heat off Manavai.
So what do you guys think of Mission 6? Alright, you're getting a short circuit, my guy. Follow that up with a second sabotage. Thank you.
They're calling SAT strikes. Jayeto, watch for comm stations. Williams, can you see anything?
Let's make sure we haven't missed anything by taking the other side. Good thing we checked. All right, I think that was the only drone that was there. One. Thank you. Take those med gels where we can get them. Gonna have to pop one immediately just to make sure we stay topped off. That's the satellite link. And we've got whatever is on the left along with the refueling platform. Should be able to keep moving forward.
Aircraft heading to perimeter stations to recharge. Bunker up before they come back.
Just trying to like get a good read on this Geth. Here he is. Now we're gonna move maybe over here. No, you're getting a lift where my men can shoot at you. Or there could be a physics threshold thing. That's also real fun. Alright. There's his regeneration all active. Oh, come on. Move. See, we should probably move you to the assault rifle for now. And Caden, Let's get you with a pistol or something. Anything? Nope. And one look at the map should have told us that. Excuse me. Anything? Yep. Wow, our loot boxes are filling up pretty well, I'd have to say. Anything here? Nope. It looked like a crate you could open, though. Huh. What about here? Let's make sure we've searched everything. And now we keep moving. This looks more like a drone or like a small Geth. Oh, rocket trooper. Thank you. Rex, just watch yourself. Okay, we shouldn't be headed there yet. We should be, going to the refueling station. Just... You're getting a sab, and so are you. Anything here? Let's just check the underside, be sure of ourselves. No? Okay. We should just be good to go take that long way around then. Make sure nothing's ambushing our backsides. There's one round platform. That should knock out their shields. What next? Just gotta make it harder for them to hide. Barrier. Oh, come on. Lift and a warp. What else? Caden. You got lift. Give them one, please. Thank you. I'm glad I was able to take that shot, because boy howdy, were we gonna have problems. Alright, and there's the Geth sniper. We're gonna throw you. Good. We're gonna stop what we're doing for right this second.
Must be getting close. Hold the line, men. Hold the line.
And women. Don't be sexist. Now we're just gonna patrol around the outside. Make sure we got nothing to worry about. And so we don't miss any lootables. Because we can do that. Feastables meet lootables. In reference to the whole Mr. Beast Feastables. Like that, I think that's a special brand of like Lunchables or something, if I recall correctly. So I was alluding to that. Probably with very little success. And I'm pretty sure it's not even right. Okay, so we've got the warehouse, maintenance. Now we're getting to the heart of the quest. Gotta access the security-based console.
We've got access to base security. Should be able to cut the alarms from here. Might even be able to trigger alarms on the far side of the base. It'll clear the guards out for us, but they might be too much for Williams and the Solarians to handle.
Just disable the alarms. We can handle any guards inside.
Yeah, we don't want to be killing, like, prematurely killing Ashley or anything. You know, just in case. We got some indoctrinated Solarians. Get off me. And a barrier. No, take a lift. I don't know, Caden, you tell me. I think we were too far from him when he spoke that message, and so just kind of became silent, you know, subtitles we could read. Alright. We can now actually begin making our move up. No, you're getting a lift. Followed immediately by 2 rounds of salve and a warp. Thanks, but no thanks. At this point, we're kind of in a dead zone where I want to take a break, but we're not really at a good portion to...
Is someone out there?
And I missed whatever that was.
What was that noise? What's going on?
Don't worry, we'll be on our way to free you soon enough. One. Here's the other.
Give a little ground, Williams. You don't want them to bunker up. Draw them out.
Alright, where's the elevator gonna take us? Gonna take us to where we should be going, or shouldn't be going? Get everyone up. Barrier.
What is going on here? Where are the guards? Where is Sarah?
Or I could be on suppression of some kind. I forget they start doing this here.
No, stay back. This is important work. This is the glorious salvation of my species. You will not destroy the work we have started.
Shame that we're killing a Krogan scientist. Wait, could we have actually talked to Dr. Droyus? I don't know. Let's grab everything while we're here. Where are we actually? Not unsure. Finally found some Quarian armor. I wish it wasn't just about once every sitting mission, but... who's complaining, really? Where was that wetware kit we saw? There's the wetware kit. Okay. And I guess now we keep moving. I'm gonna park a save right here. Just in case. Probably good to equip the sniper rifle. Probably. Got the security office, maybe we'll...
Don't shoot! Please, I just want to get out of here before it's too late.
Who are you?
I'm not going to hurt you. Who are you?
Ranathanoptis, neurospecialist. But this job isn't worth dying over, or worse. You think the indoctrination only affects prisoners? Sooner or later, Saren will want to dissect my brain too.
I thought this was a breeding facility.
Not this level. We're studying Sovereign's effect on organic minds. At least that's what I assumed. Saren kept us in the dark as much as possible.
You helped him and you don't even know why?
I didn't have the option of negotiating. This position is a little more permanent than I had expected. But I can help you. This elevator behind me goes to Saren's private lab. I can get you in. See? Full access. All of Saren's private files. Are we good? Can I go?
What were you studying here?
It's that ship, Sovereign. It emits some kind of signal. Undetectable, but it's there. I've seen the effects. Saren uses it to influence his followers, to control them. It's called indoctrination. Direct exposure to the signal turns you into a mindless slave, like the Solarian test subjects. But there's collateral damage, too.
What do you mean by collateral damage?
Sovereign's signal is too strong. Spend too much time near the ship and you feel it, like a tingle at the back of the skull. It's like a whisper you can't quite hear. You're compelled to do things, but you don't know why. You just obey. Eventually, you just stop thinking for yourself. It happens to everyone at the facility. My first test subject was the man I replaced. Now I just want to get out of here before it happens to me.
Why is Saren researching this? Isn't he the one controlling it?
The signal comes from the ship. It makes us obey Saren, but I don't think he controls it. Not exactly. I think he's scared it might be affecting him. Indoctrination is subtle. By the time the effects become noticeable, it's usually too late.
Tell me more about this signal.
Signal's not exactly the right word. There's some kind of energy field emanating from the ship. It changes thought patterns. Over time, days, maybe a week, it weakens your will. You become easier to manipulate and control, but it's a degenerative condition. There's a balance between control and usefulness. The less freedom a subject maintains, the less capable it becomes.
Get out of here.
I'm gonna blow this place to hell and gone. If you want to make it out alive, you better start running.
What? You can't. But I'll never. Ah!
You enjoyed that.
Wait, I'm sorry. I could have swore I knew which option I picked. Maybe I didn't know which option I picked, and I accidentally tabbed over to the wrong one. We're gonna do that again. But better this time. In fact, we're gonna load a couple of saves back. Don't worry, I know which save is what. We didn't lose too much, but with the Virmire save. Okay. So this loads here. We want to go to the lab save. So all we have to do is just shoot a couple of strange geth, and I think we've got everything all sorted out.
Don't shoot! Please, I just want to get out of here before it's too
I'm not
late.
going to hurt you. Who are you?
You think the
Yep.
indoctrination only affects prisoners?
I thought this was a
Not
breeding.
this level.
You
We're
helped
studying-
him and you don't even...
I didn't have the option of negotiating. But I can help. See? Full access.
What were you studying?
It's that ship. It's called indoctrination.
What do you
Direct
mean by collaborating?
Sovereigns, it's like a whisper. It happens to everyone at the facility.
Why is Saren
The
research?
signal indoctrination is subtle. By the time
Tell me more about this.
signal.
Yep.
There's a balance between control and usefulness. The less freedom a subject maintains, the less capable it becomes.
I'm gonna blow this place to hell and gone. If you want to make it out alive, you better start running.
What? You can't. But I'll never. Ah!
Just run.
You enjoyed that.
Okay, that is in fact the correct sentence. Pistol was fun too. Okay. I'm gonna leave you guys with this somewhat bittersweet view. We're gonna take a break now that we actually have... Sorry for the stretch. Now that we actually have a good stopping point. I am, however... we can always reload it. Never mind. I was gonna say maybe we should pause it for the sake of time, but... I'd rather give you guys a nice view and not have you guys looking at pause screens. You guys know the deal. 5 minutes on the clock. I'll see you after this commercial break. I am back. Sorry about that. I think I am gonna have to... I took a little while longer to clean my glasses, so forgive me for that. I had to go find the glass cleaner and everything. That took up a good chunk of my time. Give me just 1 second, though. Okay. How is everyone's, I want to say, extended break? Hopefully it was okay. I want to take the opportunity to thank everyone for stopping by and leaving their follows or otherwise contributing to the chat in the form of lurks or actual conversation. Really appreciate it. Alright, so I think... got the comm tower. Genophage Labs. We've got cell block B. There's the security office. So I think it's kind of just a linear path, and there isn't too much left to say or do. Oh, well, hello.
Commander, look over here. It's another beacon, like the one on Eden Prime.
Okay, do we have level ups? We have level ups. We're gonna put... actually, what we should probably do is... put some points into first aid. You can put some points into decryption. And you can finish your combat armor. I'm going to save again. Actually, before that, we're going to take all this equipment, then save. Well, more cryptic images. I can't say I'm surprised.
I get the feeling something bad is about to happen. You are not Saren.
What is that? Some kind of VI interface?
Rudimentary creatures of blood and flesh. You touch my mind, fumbling in ignorance, incapable of understanding.
I don't think this is a VI.
There is a realm of existence so far beyond your own, you cannot even imagine it. I am beyond your comprehension. I am Sovereign.
Sovereign isn't just some Reaper ship Saren found. It's an actual Reaper.
Reaper, a label created by the Protheans to give voice to their destruction. In the end, what they chose to call us is irrelevant. We simply are.
The
Protheans vanished 50,000 years ago. You couldn't have been there. It's impossible.
Organic life is nothing but a genetic mutation. An accident. Your lives are measured in years and decades. You wither and die. We are eternal, the pinnacle of evolution and existence. Before us, you are nothing. Your extinction is inevitable. We are the end of everything.
There is an entire galaxy of races united and ready to face you.
Confidence born of ignorance. The cycle cannot be broken.
Cycle? What cycle?
The pattern has repeated itself more times than you can fathom. Organic civilizations rise, evolve, advance, and at the apex of their glory, they are extinguished. The Protheans were not the first. They did not create the Citadel. They did not forge the mass relays. They merely found them. The legacy of my kind.
Why would you construct the mass relays, then leave them for someone else to find?
Your civilization is based on the technology of the mass relays. Our technology. By using it, your society develops along the paths we desire. We impose order on the chaos of organic evolution. You exist because we allow it, and you will end because we demand it.
They're harvesting us. Letting us advance to the level they need, then wiping us out.
What do you want from us? Slaves? Resources?
My kind transcends your very understanding. We are each a nation, independent, free of all weakness. You cannot even grasp the nature of our existence.
Where did you come from? Who built you?
We have no beginning. We have no end. We are infinite. Millions of years after your civilization has been eradicated and forgotten, we will endure.
Where are the rest of the Reapers? Are you the last of your kind?
We are legion. The time of our return is coming. Our numbers will darken the sky of every world. You cannot escape your doom.
You're not even alive. Not really. You're just a machine. And machines can be broken.
Your words are as empty as your future. I am the vanguard of your destruction. This exchange is over.
Commander, we got trouble.
Hit me, Joker.
That ship's Sovereign? It's moving. I don't know what you did down there, but that thing just pulled a turn that would shear any of our ships in half. It's coming your way, and it's coming hard. You need to wrap things up in there fast.
This console is shot. Orders, Commander?
Let's head to the breeding facility. Joker can pick us up after we set the nuke.
Well, that was very, we proceeded to get a strobe episode, followed by a machine telling us that we're inferior organic life forms that need to be eradicated, and that our lives are basically the equivalent of chattel for synthetic life. Thanks, but I just peppered your butt with,
Returning from your position, J.I.T.O. Looks like Shadow picked a sensitive spot. Williams, head them off. Hold them.
Uh-oh. Here he was doing fine, and then all of a sudden we can't hear him anymore. They're gonna be Geth crawling the inside of this facility. And Krogan. Lift? Marksman time. And barrier. Oh, that was close. Managed to bypass my barrier somehow. Unfortunate. Now, here's the real question. Is there... I think we actually run we actually run faster with our weapons out. Unfortunate. Okay. Anything along here? They have not held up the bridge. Unfortunate. That's okay. I expected the enemy to do this. So, what kind of a... For anyone who has played this before or has seen that clip before, you know, how did it impact you guys the first time, if any? You're like, oh, man, typical, you know, organic versus synthetic binary. Typical BS writing. How droll. How average. Write something better, please. Or like, oh, well, they invoked a classic timeless argument, didn't they? There we go. We got the crossfire. And a whole bunch of other loot coming this way. More. And one more item. One more set of items. I don't think there's other holdout areas. We're gonna find out. Wow, I think I got sabbed there. Yep. Stalker there. Barrier. Also, we're gonna trade out guns here. Thank you. It's another one, and I know there was another Krogan around here. Yep, you've managed to go beyond the cover. Thanks, but, you know, you may have come over here to hit me, but at the end of the day, I threw you a mean right hook. Or the butt of my gun. Gotta mind the rocket fire. Yeah, that heat absorption's been pretty nice. Let's let us shoot practically with impunity. Getting 4 or 5 out of a sniper rifle? Okay, try again. That's all we can do, right? Good. We have to be racking it up close to 300. I'm gonna be glad, partially, when the modded playthrough comes around. Yeah, for those who don't know, and maybe it's like their first time having heard this, my subs and patrons on my Discord server voted on this game, and not only did they vote on the game, they went ahead and voted on 2 playthroughs. I kind of proposed the idea. I was already thinking of doing it. As soon as, you know, the game was decided, I'm like, oh, I should do both playthroughs. Like 2 playthroughs. One where I pick the Paragon options, and the other where I pick like some sort of stylized Renegade option. And, basically what ended up happening is I put a poll out on my Discord after, you know, the voting poll took place, that How chocolate should it be? You guys want chocolate with this playthrough? You guys want some mods? And the input I got was like, yes. Put in some milk dark chocolate. Yeah, no, they followed us. We wanted them to. Thank you. You guys are getting a lift. Warp.
Good work on the gun, Shadow Team. Now it's our turn.
Not yet. Okay, it looks like all we had were stragglers. Alright, elevator time. Let's grab some aid. And we got ourselves the breeding trenches. This was why we brought Rex along, so he could see this for himself.
That's it. We need to clear the gap and set those charges.
So these are the Krogan breeding vats. They look incredibly high poly. Hopefully they look good on the camera for you guys.
Charges set. Everyone bunker down. Bunker down.
Alright. Gonna move away from this.
All right. Nice work. That's one less thing to worry about. Commander, I'm bringing us in. I'll get as close to the site as I can.
I don't think I could save. Alright, so now we're gonna get introduced to a very different section of the game.
Bomb is in position. We're all set here.
Commander, can you read me?
The nuke is almost ready. Get to the rendezvous point, Williams.
Negative, Commander. The Geth have us pinned down on the AA tower. We've taken heavy casualties. We'll never make the rendezvous point in time.
Get them out of there, Joker. Now!
Negative! It's too hot! Can't risk it! We'll hold them off as long as we...
It's okay, Commander. I need a couple of minutes to finish arming the bomb. Go get them and meet me back here.
Up to the AA tower. Move!
Ah, so... Oh, I thought it was the section... I thought it was the gauntlet. Okay. So, we're gonna take Rex with us. Now we need to take someone else. Let's bring Tally with us. I've been wanting to bring Tally with us. And in a way, I suppose this is kind of,
This place is an abomination. Devon's research must be destroyed.
Alright, now, where are we supposed to go exactly? Over this way. Open that door and let's get moving. He says not being close enough to the controls on the door panel. Alright. We have a bunch of Krogan. We're going to overload. And mind our health and shields. And we're going to have you warped. we gotta get, let's have Tally defend herself. Let's have you thrown. And we're going to have you neural shocked. Nice. I like how the Krogan tactic is just like, yeah, we're not going to be dodging shots. We're just going to run right in and try to get you. I love how that's the reaction. Alright, so... nothing we can do here. I think this is the gauntlet area. I know Virmire has a gauntlet section. That's sort of what I'm alluding to. And I think it's the section with Ashley.
Heads up, LT. We just spotted a troop ship headed to your location.
It's already here. There's Geth pouring out all over the bomb site.
Can you hold them off?
There's too many. I don't think we can survive until you get here. I'm activating the bomb.
Alenko, what are you doing?
I'm just making sure this bomb goes off, no matter what. It's done, Commander. Go get Williams and get the hell out of here.
Screw that. We can handle ourselves. Go back and get Alenko.
Okay. So, I thought it was a different planet, but no, it's Virmire. We've got to pick who our human is. That's right, they make us choose. So, knowing what I know about the chocolate playthrough, I'm gonna do something that seems a little unorthodox. I'm going to rescue Ashley.
Williams, radio Joker and tell him to meet us on the AA tower.
Yes, Commander,
It's the right choice, and you know it, Ash.
I'm sorry, Caden. I had to make a choice.
I understand, Commander. I don't regret a thing.
And I'm going to tell you guys something. No matter what, anyone who hasn't played Mass Effect before, this is your choice. That's who you had to pick. I hope I'm headed toward the right location. I'm going to be upset if I actually picked the wrong location. Even though I wanted to save Ashley this time. So I guess that tells you a little something about our chocolate playthrough, doesn't it? Let that be slight spoilerage for you. Whoever we were gonna save in the vanilla playthrough is who we're going to leave to die in the chocolate one. So you guys can look forward to Ashley biting the bullet. Working on it, Ashley. No thank you. Take a stab to the face. That blast totally had a particle field, and you know it, game. You should have died right there.
This has been an impressive diversion, Shepard. My Geth were utterly convinced the Solarians were the real threat. Of course, it was all for nothing. I can't let you disrupt what I've accomplished here. You can't possibly understand what's really at stake.
Why are you doing this?
You've seen the vision from the beacons, Shepard. You of all people should understand what the Reapers are capable of. They cannot be stopped. Do Do not mire yourself in pointless revolt. Do not sacrifice everything for the sake of petty freedoms. The Protheans tried to fight, and they were utterly destroyed. Trillions dead, but what if they had bowed before the invaders? Would the Protheans still exist? Is submission not preferable to extinction?
Do you really believe the Reapers will let us live?
Now you see why I never came forward with this to the Council. We organics are driven by emotion instead of logic. We will fight even when we know we cannot win. But if we work with the Reapers, if we make ourselves useful, think how many lives could be spared. Once I understood this, I joined Sovereign. Though I was aware of the dangers, I had hoped this facility could protect me.
But it ain't working, is it, you little meat puppet?
You're afraid Sovereign is influencing you. You're afraid he's controlling your thoughts.
I've studied the effects of indoctrination. The more control Sovereign exerts, the less capable the subject becomes. That is my saving grace. The Sovereign needs me to find the conduit. My mind is still my own, for now. But the transformation from ally to servant can be subtle. I will not let it happen to me.
Why are the Geth following Sovereign?
They believe Sovereign to be some kind of god, the pinnacle of their own evolution. But the reaction of their deity is most telling. It is insulted. Sovereign does not desire the pitiful devotions the Geth hurl at it. They are just tools, and no amount of belief on their part will change that. But as tools, they are useful. They will survive the coming invasion. If organic life is to survive, we must also prove we are useful. We must work with the Reapers.
Tell me why Sovereign needs the conduit. Tell me what it is. Maybe we can find a way to stop them.
The conduit is the key to your destruction and my salvation. Sovereign needs my help to find it. That is the only reason I have not been indoctrinated.
You're a coward. You disgust me.
Sovereign's manipulating you and you don't even know it. You're already under its power.
No, Sovereign needs me. If I find the conduit, I've been promised a reprieve from the inevitable. This is my only hope.
God, I don't like this response no matter what.
Together we can stop Sovereign. We don't have to submit to the Reapers. We can beat them.
I no longer believe that, Shepard. The visions cannot be denied. The Reapers are too powerful. The only hope of survival is to join with them. Sovereign is a machine. It thinks like a machine. If I can prove my value, I become a resource worth maintaining. There is no other logical conclusion.
Yeah, see, you're given a dialogue, and in the end, you still have to make the same choice anyway. It was always going to amount to this.
You were a Spectre. You were sworn to defend the galaxy. Then you broke that vow to save yourself.
I'm not doing this for myself. Don't you see? Sovereign will succeed. It is inevitable. My way is the only way any of us will survive. I'm forging an alliance between us and the Reapers, between organics and machines. And in doing so, I will save more lives than have ever existed. But you would undo my work. You would doom our entire civilization to complete annihilation. And for that, you must die.
Let's stab him, warp him, shock him. And I think there are severe storms in the area. Carnage. Okay, we've at least got the guy's shields down. Knock out a bunch. Okay, careful. He's riding around on that thing, so we can't actually stop him. Lift. Those expressions. Thank goodness. Yeah, that isn't the real firefight. Did you guys really think that? And why are you smiling at this hour, Shepard? These expressions
everybody, hang on.
are a little fierce. They're a little too fierce for my liking. Well,
I can't believe Caden didn't make it. How could we just leave him down there?
Alenko knew the risks going in. He gave his life to save the rest of us.
It should have been me, Commander. You know that.
I'm sorry, Ash. I'd never leave you behind. I couldn't. You know that.
I know, and I'm grateful. But Caden died because of me. Because of us.
Ash, how far are you going to drive yourself? Are you trying to be a martyr? To redeem your grandfather's honor?
That's not fair.
but it's true, isn't it? It's true. And you know it.
What the public and the military did to him was unfair. But I don't want to lose you because of it.
Aye, aye, Shepard.
Commander, excuse me for interrupting, but I have an idea. I think the beacon you found in Saren's base was similar to the one you found on Eden Prime. It may have filled in the missing pieces of your vision. I might be able to help you put all those pieces together.
You want to join our minds again, don't you? Okay, go ahead.
Relax, Commander. Embrace eternity. Incredible. I never thought the images would be so intense. I need a moment to collect myself.
Did the vision make any sense to you?
It's a distress call. A message sent out across the Prothean Empire. A warning against the Reapers, but the warning came too late.
What about the conduit?
There were other images, locations, places I recognized from my research. Ilos! The conduit is on Ilos! That is why Saren needed to find the Mu relay. It is the only way to get to Ilos.
How come you never told us about Ilos before?
The Mu relay links to dozens of systems and hundreds of worlds. How was I to know Ilos was the one we wanted? Without the cipher, the images in your visions were never clear. Only now do I recognize them as landmarks from Ilos.
We need to get to Ilos.
Forget it. The Mu relay's inside the Terminus systems. Alliance ships are not welcome there. Neither are Spectres.
The conduit's on Ilos, and that's where Saren is heading. I'll be waiting for him when he gets there.
Saren will have his entire fleet orbiting Ilos. You will never make it down to the surface without reinforcements. You must alert the Council. We need a fleet to... I am sorry. The joining is exhausting. I should go to the medical bay and lie down for a moment.
Dr. Chakwas should take a look at you.
That will not be necessary. I just need some rest. Somewhere quiet.
We're done here. Dismissed.
Commander, there's a convoy nearby. I can link us in if you want to report back to the Citadel Council. You know, to warn them about Sovereign.
Absolutely.
Set the link up, Joker. They need to know.
Patching it through.
Commander Shepard, I'm pleased to see your mission on Virmire was a success.
Saren is formidable enough without an army of Krogan serving under him.
The Krogan would have served Sovereign. A Reaper.
Yes, we saw mention of this on your report. Sovereign, Ascension machine, a true artificial intelligence. This news is quite alarming, if it turns out to be accurate.
Sovereign's a Reaper. Saren admitted it.
He's playing you, Shepard. Saren still has contacts on the Citadel. He probably saw your earlier reports. The ones talking about your vision and the Reapers.
It's highly possible Saren is using false information to throw you off balance. Our own intelligence has never turned up any corroborating information.
Sooner or later, you're gonna have to take something I say on faith, Counselor.
Try to see this from our perspective, Commander. Saren is a threat we can recognize. However, as far as we know, the Reapers only exist in your visions.
Our decisions affect trillions of lives. We cannot act on the accusations of a single person, even a Spectre. Not without solid evidence.
The Council cannot take any official action here. That is why we created the Spectres. You have the authority to act as you see fit.
If you truly believe Sovereign is the real threat, you must take whatever steps are necessary to stop it. And Saren.
Good luck, Commander. From all of us.
They mean well. I get it. I know why things are this way. I know. But, and I mean a big but on this. I understand why the council operates this way, but we've been loyal to them the whole time. At some point, we're gonna run into a situation where we don't have time to deliver a proof. You just gotta go with a decision. Like, that's ultimately what the game is parsing all of our missions down to, is we have to make some decision. It has to be snap, off the cuff. You gotta know that it's the right one. And just go with it. It's all there is. That's why, and this is kind of an aside to talk about something else for a moment. In Magic the Gathering lore, and yes, I do read the lore. I do like a lot of what they write. There's a reason that Mr. Teferi is one of my favorites. And not because he's blue and white. It's not because those are the control colors. No. It's because this man's story has been all about snap decisions he's made and how he has handled all of them before and after joining the Gatewatch. This story elicits those same vibes, except we're Teferi. We're the Chronomancer who, for the longest time, held and lingered over every decision he's made, including what happened to Zolfir and how Zolfir came back. Every decision he's made has been, not every decision, but some of the biggest decisions he's made are decisions where he hasn't had all the facts to go on. He only has limited time to procure information, and he just has to act. And he has to act now, rather than later. Of course, unlike Teferi, we don't have any chronomancy to help us. No going back in time. No 7 laws of chronomancy where you need to know the first 6 to understand the 7, or however that word go, however that card's flavor text goes. My point is this: we don't have the benefit. I mean, we the player have the benefit of going back in time to analyze our choices and make better ones. When it comes to real world situations like what's happening in Israel, what's happening in Iran, what's happening in the US, with each passing day and each passing year, what's happening to the whole world as we sit and bicker amongst ourselves and all of our preceding issues with each other that go back thousands of years. Some of us, anyway, thousands of years, and some of us have only managed to make half the world hate us in 200 years worth of time. Cough, cough, America, cough, cough. What is going on with that hair? That hair is like doing a whole weird bobby bit. Anyway, needless to say, what I want you guys to take away from this story is that sometimes, and especially when it comes to the storytelling that BioWare has done, and Mass Effect 1, it is really laid out in 1. 2 is less about that and more about your own perspectives. That hair is definitely flickering. And in 3, it's a big crisis situation. Everything's coming to a head. And because everything's coming to a head, everything is going down the crapper. It the story of Mass Effect kind of mirrors what happens to our own world in some respects, where it's only in Game 3 where you really start to understand just how severe things are. It's only in the final moments, when it's too late to do anything about it, that we understand a solution to a problem. And perhaps the solution's been staring us in the face, perhaps not. I don't know. I'm going to make a new save. We're going to come out here. I like how everyone is standing silent as well. There's no music. Believe it or not, this is the one time where not having music is fitting. We just lost a man. His name gets to go on an Alliance placard or some sort of memorial, and we'll get to read that later. And feel our misfortune as we read it. But regardless of what's happening, sometimes you just have to make decisions without knowing facts. And you just have to trust in your ability to make good judgment calls. And good judgment calls are a matter of perspective. Always. Sometimes there is no good judgment call you can make where you get good outcomes. It's shitty outcomes, and you're trying to figure out, and please excuse my French, they're shitty outcomes where you're determining what kind of shit can you handle? What kind of ramifications of decisions can you handle? And you have to make that determination within 3 seconds, or even a split second sometimes. And you just don't get time to think about it. We're going to see everything coming to a head in the next several episodes. Probably not Ilos. It'd probably be once we start dealing with the end game after Ilos. That's when things are really going to come to a head. And every single snap decision we make has to count, has to mean something. And snap in the sense that once we make the dialogue choice, we can't go back. Like, the way we go back is by reloading a save. There's no considering, there's no pivoting back. That's going to be happening less and less. Well, that's where I'm going to leave us, is on this solemn moment. We lost Cade Malenko. F's in the chat. F's in your heart. F's in your mind. Say a prayer for the man, for he fought and died to do the mission, to complete the mission, and to help us put a stop to Saren. He is a necessary but ever so crucial stepping stone to that moment. Again, F's in your heart, F's in your mind. Say a prayer for the man and give him whatever eulogy you desire. this is where I'm going to leave you guys. Before we go, shout outs. Got 2 of them that I want to get out of the way. First, I'm going to give it over to my good friend Tony. Tony, our good streaming friend anyway. Mr. Tony One Kenobi does a lot of stuff. I think I've spelled that name correctly. It is interactive Dark Souls. I don't know what that means. I'm going to find out later. And then as for the second one, let me see. If you want something a little bit more recent in terms of gaming history, I recommend checking out Lobos Jr. I know him most for his charity streams for cancer. He is playing some Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. If you guys like to see that game, it's been out long enough that people should probably start watching it, unless they've just bought the game. Sorry, I wanted to catch that sneeze. If you want something different, you want something with a decent-ish story, but more chill chat. Mass Effect is where things can kind of get serious, I think. You get a lot of room to discuss the philosophical. It's not just a RPG. It's not just a shooter. It's an RPG shooter. And in RPG shooters, there's a story. There's dialogue. You make decisions. You grow to like the character or hate them. And you feel either way when you lose one. You either feel justified and even vindicated for watching a teammate die, or you feel sad because you lost a good friend and they'll go down as a hero. They'll be a martyr in memoriam, and you won't ever get to see the ramifications of their journey anymore once they're gone. I'm the streamer that wants to bring, and I'm not the only one, but I like to think of myself as one of the streamers that can bring this content to you, and we can talk about it. We could discuss it. We can talk about the deeper ramifications of the decisions we make. We could talk about the way that the Solarians or the way that the Krogan, for example, mirror like real world counterparts. Who are they inspired by? Who are they targeted to be a replica of? Who are they trying to emulate? Why? Where does the emulation succeed? Where does it fail? What real world, our world, was BioWare basing this off of? I mean, granted, this was in the early 2000s, but early 2000s were a different time. Today, we're more war-torn, resource-stricken, and more sick than we've ever been. We still don't have any real answers for COVID-19 or so many other things. We still don't have answers, and we might not ever have answers. But it's times like these that are going to make some great philosophical RPGs. And I think RPGs are the best ways to tell our stories in the real world. Why? Because you can disconnect a little from the real story in order to appreciate what the RPG is trying to tell. The good ones are accurate but aren't on the nose. And I think that Mass Effect does a good job. BioWare does a good job of alluding to some of the more real-world things that were happening in the early mid-2000s with their content. All their stories do, but Mass Effect is special in my mind because with other species in the game and modern technology, we can get away with mirroring a lot more. We could be a lot more on the nose about comparisons to the real world and not get in a whole bunch of trouble and not get everybody upset. there are ways to tell real world stories with respect. And sometimes that respect comes in the form of letting people native to that story tell it. With Blasphemous, for example, that's a hack and slash platformer, Metroidvania. It's told by a Spanish indie company who should be able to tell and make a game out of their own history, their own culture. They know it. They did their homework. They know the real history. They know the real things that happened both inside the Catholic religion, like Spanish Catholicism, and what happened in Spain independent of the source material they're pulling from. They were able to separate the two, which is just fantastic. I think when you tell things in that way, and you manage to create something original out of it at the same time, that's how you get a really good RPG. Sorry, I know, we were supposed to end like 10 minutes ago, but I wanted to get on my soapbox a little bit and discuss this, because it speaks to the heart of who I am as a streamer. I'm not a Markiplier. I'm not a Ninja. I'm not a Lobos Jr. I'm not a Gino Machino. I'm none of those people. None of them. Never. Not even once. I have the personality of a wet stick. And I get laughed at. I'm funny because I'm laughed at. I'm not funny because I say something funny. I'm funny because other people say something funny, and I take a derivative work of whatever they're doing, whatever joke they made, whatever meme they said. I just tweak things a little bit, and that's how people laugh. That's the most original I'll ever be. But this is where I can shine. This is what I can say, and this is the kind of content I can make for you, where we can discuss the real world phenomena behind the scenes. Now, on stream, that's a little difficult because we have to... It's research and analysis occurring in real time, where if I say something wrong, it might not get corrected for like a few minutes, or for several minutes, or since I'm really small, it might be multiple streams before I get a correction. But when I get corrections, I talk about them. I state them. I say, hey, I said this and I was wrong, and I'm sorry. But perhaps we can talk about it. That kind of thing. Thank you guys so much. I'm so sorry for the 13-minute, spiel at the end of the stream. Really, it's more like a 10-minute spiel when you factor in the shoutouts and everything. But when we return to Mass Effect next Wednesday, I'm going to read off the codex entries, and we're going to wrap up. We're going to, make sure that we've wrapped up all our business before heading out back to the Citadel so that we can grab new quests. This is about basically the tense time was Virmire. Now we can sort of chill out a little bit. If you guys like this content and you liked me speaking from the heart during the last 10 minutes or so, leave me a follow. Lets me know you like the way I present the content. Granted, a lot of times I'm just grunting, humming, awing, and thinking about, in-game actions. My streams are not, by default, that much fun. We hardly talk about every little thing that comes our way. And even in the speech given by Captain Kirahi, there wasn't that much to comment on. Not really. It was an inspiring speech for his men, but it was little more than that. Maybe we could discuss the particulars of Krogan versus Solarian racism next time, because I think that was a great thing we could have commented on. I'll have to do that next Wednesday. But if you want more opportunities for discussion, you should definitely join future streams. This stream is also what you guys put into it, not just me. If you guys want to discuss about something, there was a reason today, other than me being a wet stick for personality, why this was labeled AMA. You know, this stream is what you guys put into it, not just me. I know I'm repeating myself, but it bears repeating. I think I make a good point. If you want to ask the deeper questions, and maybe I don't think of one. Perhaps I'm focused on too much on the gameplay. Perhaps I'm not even thinking about those sorts of questions. Ask them. I'll do my best to answer. I suppose I'm asking for a little bit of a call to action, but I know my target audience. I know the kind of people I stream to. Most people are at work. They have me on mute. They're lurking. I appreciate you. But what you see is what you get if people don't bother with any input. What you see is what you get, and I'm proud of the content I make, although I know I can always do better. I would love to hear feedback from every person. I watch. I don't watch my own streams back, but if people leave comments, I always read them. I even reply to most of them. I still need to go back and reply to one comment on YouTube. I've been meaning to do that. I'm ambling on. We're 17 minutes past the end, and we should be getting there. I gave you two people you should go watch. Go watch them. They make good content, way better than me. The next time you'll see me streaming will be on Friday over at YouTube. I have a link for that. If you want to be part of the Discord streams, I usually do those every Monday. I haven't been that good about it lately, but the intention is certainly to do them every Monday. Just the last couple of weeks have been rough on my sleep and on my personal health. I've had nightmares lately, and I'll maybe talk about those on Friday if I remember them. Which, if you want to hear more about them and you don't want to DM me on Twitter or something, go to youtube.com/swirlingvortex09. I stream every Friday. We're playing Elix right now. Another RPG with many, 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 many places to have a real-world discussion. Because when you have factions and groups of people adapting to a harsh world, you could talk about their belief systems. You could talk about, you know, what sorts of people live out there in the deserts of Tavar, or in the forests of Adan, or in the volcanic wasteland of Ignadon. And there's something even to be said for the frozen mountains of Zakor to the north in Magaland. That game setting. There's a lot that could be said. And as it turns out, when you've got polarizing factions, there's lots to talk about. And that's kind of my shtick. That's what I do as a streamer. Is I talk about the deep things that certain kinds of RPGs elicit. And I think I just watched my power flicker, so I'm going to go before things get crazy. Thank you guys so much. My name is Coin, or Swirling Vortex, or Steven. You could call me any of those three things. You guys are welcome in my hallowed halls anytime, and I will see you all later. Take care of yourselves, and bye-bye.